Hello everybody, welcome. My name is Steve, and this is another Mac84 live stream. It's been about 10 days, so sorry about that, but my goodness, I've been busy. And I see a bunch of people in the chat here already, so hello everybody. Let's see who we have here. We have Jay from the House of Moth. He was first, how about that? We have RetroTech64, we have Matthew, we have Aldo Fern, maybe? Migo, we have Craig, let's see... Thomas, we have, just jumped a little bit there. Alex, we have Eric, Apples Anonymous, Christian, Ocelot, Mitchell, Nick, Powell, Danger Hip Top. Yeah, I think that's about it for now. We keep having people scrolling in. And, oh, I forgot something at the top of the stairs. So keep saying hello in the chat. I'll be back in, like, I don't know, time me. How about that? I know, how rude is that? I just ran away. But Jay reminded me of something, so I didn't want to forget that before I started. My goodness. Greetings from Scotland. Well, greetings from smelly old New Jersey. And Mike is here. Of course Mike is here. Vina's here. Matthew's here. Steve is here. I think I'm repeating names now. Another Steve. Well, there's always room for more Steves. I don't think it was that long. Okay, so quite a lot of things to catch up on. My goodness. How many of you have seen, probably a lot of you, have seen that Vintage Apple Basics video I put out? That took up a lot of time. So that was a fun video. That's something I've been wanting to do since 2018 or something like that. So the idea behind that series is just talking about the basics and showing things about these Apple machines that people who are getting into this stuff may not know. And since my head is full of this stuff, it's easy for me to spit out. Thank you very much. I do love that PowerBook. Who composed the intro music? It's from the YouTube audio library. I believe the artist's name is Jeremy Blake, and I believe the track name is Power Up, all one word, or Powered Up, something like that. You can find it on the YouTube audio library. Hey, Brandon. And yeah, so I've been wanting to do that series for ages, and just have never had the time to do so. And after I got back from visiting Ken's lair, I redid the backdrop to my shelves, added some lights and everything, and thought, well, let's make a video here. And I have two videos that are nearing completion, but they're not quite ready to film yet because I have to wait on some information before I tweak the information in the script. And so while I'm waiting on that, I said, well, you know what, there's this script I've had for a long time, and all it's going to be me is talking in front of the camera for a bit, and then I cut to a bunch of B-roll. Hey, Justin! And that should be fairly easy to film. Well, it was in theory, but whenever I shot B-roll, I had to find the thing, put it on the table, and all that fun stuff. So, anyway. Yeah, yeah, random finds are always good. So I'll be doing much more of that series. I got a lot of great feedback and comments from people who, you know, recommended a machine or anything like that. But this happens with a lot of the videos I do. I write a script, I have an idea or a topic, and I just get distracted easily and go, oh, the shiny new thing, and I go and do that thing instead of the thing I've been doing. But anyway. So we have a few things to work on today. We're going to get to Mike's machine in a little bit. But this is something I was working on for a while. This is a Macintosh portable. You cannot see it because of all the crap is on my desk. So we're going to look at that in a moment. I do want to talk briefly about something else. Hopefully people recognize what this is, otherwise I feel ancient. Absolutely ancient. I guess it would help if I opened it up, but still you should be able to recognize it. This is a VHS videotape from 1982 by the looks of it. So this is something I bought off eBay for about $13, and it was like $13 shipping, which, okay, $13 media mail shipping, that's not accurate. So whoever packaged this was getting some profit on the side. So this is a VHS tape called The Computer Merchant, and it's for San Diego, California, and it's the video computer primer, Pro Media 1, I guess was the company or the name or whatever that did this. So essentially this is 1 hour long of lovely video of somebody basically telling you how to use an 8-bit computer, and they show an Apple II for the most of the footage there. It has some sort of copy protection, which I should have showed you in a bit. There's this warning that says, hey, this has stop copy protection. And so this was a bit of a pain to figure out because I have a lovely SVHS deck here. I have my little monitor here, and I put the tape in, you know, put the tape in there and have it hooked up all through these spaghetti of wires to digitize it. Nothing. I only see an image when it's fast forwarding or rewinding. Weird. So figured that out eventually. It needed a time-based corrector, which I don't have an external one. However, the video scaler I do have seems to have something to that effect in it. Because when I plugged the video into there and it outputted via HDMI and I captured it via HDMI, it worked fine. So how about that? So I will be copying that video. Actually, I already copied it. I have to redo the audio because when I was doing the audio, I put it through the microphone port of the capture device, which so everything's peaking and sounds awful. So I just have to redo the audio again. But the video came out fine, and the audio, if you don't listen to it too carefully. And so that'll be on the archive.org. I'll put it on my second channel and all that fun stuff eventually. But that is something exciting. I always like finding weird things like this and putting it on the archive and letting other people enjoy it. And I can always use clips from that for my videos and stuff. So, yay! Yes, I rewound the tape. Be kind, rewind. Alright, so, no, it's not the tracking. It is specifically engineered so the signal on the videotape is weak. It's not Macrovision. It was something made before Macrovision, where the horizontal hold position or whatever is intentionally made weak. So you would have to manually adjust your television. This was back when they had the hold knob on the television to get the picture just right. And that was a form of copy protection, believe it or not. So, ugh. All right, anyway, back to Macintosh stuff. So we have a Macintosh portable here today. Look at this. So this is my, well, parts of my Macintosh portable backlight. Hey, how's it going, Elamont? I cannot pronounce your username, but I know who you are, and you know who I am, so how about that? And my camera's drooping here. But, perfect timing, because we're going to look at this before we dive into the LC. So this is a lovely Macintosh portable backlight board. This is mine. I am very happy that it's cleaned up a little bit. Previously, this does show signs of life. It'll boot up. It'll work fine. The sound is very weak. And also the backlight on the display. LMNO. LMNO. I like it. I like it. Okay, now I know how to pronounce it. I have to screenshot that so I won't forget. My brain has like the attention span of a gnat. Anyway, thank you very much for correcting me on that. I am horrible at pronouncing names, and I do not hide the fact, but I am learning every day. So this is the Macintosh portable backlight board. Looks a little bit different from the regular previous model of the Macintosh portable. There's no little board here with a bunch of other fun stuff on it, and the cap arrangement is slightly different. So the problem we were getting is the backlight was not activating on the display, and that we were getting poor sound. So what I'm going to be doing is plugging this in and seeing if we get any difference. It just came out of the ultrasonic cleaner not too long ago. I did dry it. Pretty happy with the drying process. I'm going to go ahead and just give it a quick dry again with the little air duster thingamajig. Here it is. All right. So I'm going to mute the microphone for just a moment so everyone's ears are not exploding, because nobody wants that. And then we'll get back to this. Let me mute the mic. Alright, enough of that. Okay, so this guy, imaginary whirring noises. So this particular board does show some pretty good signs of life, but I want to see if we can get the backlight working, because that's the whole reason of having a backlight portable, is getting the backlight working. So I'm going to go ahead and juggle some of these pieces on my lap here. We have the speaker, we have the floppy drive installed, and this is a little bit interesting of how to do this. You basically, there's this plastic board, well, plastic riser thingamabobber, whatever the technical term is for it, and you basically snap the board in so it's resting on here. And I do have some little bodge wires that I ran, but those should be fine. And so essentially this snaps in, so this becomes one giant piece. There we go. And we have some lovely signatures on here. I'm not going to go through all of them, but Tim Cook is on there and a bunch of other wonderful people who worked on and designed this product. And Jay is here. No, it's not fixed yet. Well, maybe it is. I just haven't turned it on yet, so we're about to find out. And Jay, you're going to get a shout out. I just wanted to make sure you were here before I did that. So stay tuned, everybody, to figure out what Jay's shout out is all about. All right, so we're going to slide this in here. There we go. It just snaps into place. I'm just going to plug in the floppy drive here. And we'll point this down because you've all seen me, but you haven't seen this that much. We'll just leave that loose. That does not have to be firmly in there. What we do need is a battery and a keyboard. So let me grab, I had a box here of my things. So here are the plastic pieces. Hey, oh, hey Trina, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I get excited and I don't look at the chat as much. It's my fault. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so we're just going to plug the keyboard in for this. Well, I guess we could plug in the cursor too. Mouse. The Mises. What's nice about the portable, if you don't know, you can swap the keyboard and mouse around, so you could have the trackball on the left and the keyboard on the right. Very nice idea for those who are left-handed or right-handed. The machine can accommodate your preferences. Of course, this was well before the trackball or your pointing device was in the middle of the screen, which, the middle of the device rather, which, made it a little bit easier. Okay, so we have a lot of things plugged in here. I'm going to put the piece of plastic back in here. That's not really necessary at this, well, it is. Hold on. There's a lot of plastic pieces I'm missing here. I'm going to put this one to the side. I'm not really familiar with these machines too much, so I'm a little bit easily distracted and flustered. We do have the display. Hey, Frederick, how's it going? And what we're going to do is adjust some of these things here. So let's try and balance all the plastic on the thing here. And I do have a new battery, and it does work. It's fantastic. So that's this. It's in this bright red case. And we're going to put that in there. I am also going to... where'd that piece of plastic go? There's a piece of plastic here. And this slides onto the battery and touches this little switch here. And what that does is tells the machine that the cover's on and it could work and all that fun stuff. So I'm going to... Yeah, it's going to probably start up as soon as I touch the keyboard when I do that. So what I'm going to do is plug in the display. And my copper has gone flying. Now the display connector is different on the portable versus the backlight and non-backlight ones. Battery is not too heavy, to be honest. I expected it to be heavier. But this is a new old stock, well, not a new old stock, a recreated battery from somebody on eBay who has been basically setting them up. Ow. And those pins are sharp. Setting them up and reselling them. So now I'm just carefully balancing this because I want to plug this in here. And then I'm going to plug the top in. And then we'll let the display rest like this. Gives us both a bit of a view here. It is a sealed lead acid, I believe. I could be wrong. Going to use the external SCSI here. So I'm sorry that you can't really see all of this, but it's just a bit of a convoluted setup here. So we have our blue SCSI set up there. That'll be booting this device. And I'm going to get the power plug here. I'm very curious if the sound has been fixed or the backlight issue has been fixed. That'll be lovely. Alright, so I'm going to plug the power in, even though we're on battery. Alright, and the moment of truth, I'm going to press a button on the keyboard that should turn this on. Oop, got a bunch of lines on the screen. That's probably not good. That is definitely not happy. That is weird. Hear a note chime. Yeah, but it was working fine before, so this concerns me a little bit. That maybe something got touched or adjusted, or I was having high hopes for this thing, unfortunately. And now those hopes are dashed. So it's a little difficult without the piece of plastic here, which I don't want to really put back on because it clips here. So I'm just going to put it on loosely if I can. No, I can't really. Just because of how fragile the display is here and that ribbon cable. Just take this off here. You didn't miss a lot. We just started. I just got into things pretty darn quickly. Alright, so let's undo this latch here. Just get this plastic latch out of the way and pull the power, and that should kill the power to the machine. Just to see if I screwed up anything. No worries, Jay. I will wait till you get back to give you your shout out. Hey, Chris, this is not your portable, it's mine. Just a heads up. But we are trying to see what's going on with this machine. So, before I ultrasonically cleaned the board, it booted up all nice and happy. But now it does not seem to be doing so, unfortunately. Yes, please like the video, all that fun stuff. If you do like this content, that tells me and Mr. YouTube or Mrs. YouTube or whatever YouTube is that you like this sort of stuff, and it recommends the videos and all that malarkey. So, how does this? Yeah, see, I don't really want to snap everything back in because I have a strong feeling I'm going to have to take everything back out. But anyway, just do that a bit of a rest there. And just make sure that nothing is sort of touching anything it shouldn't. Let me try without the battery, just for the heck of it. And I apologize, this is not an ideal camera angle. I do have to steal the idea of Bruce of getting an overhead camera. I just have not had a chance to set that up. Let's try this again off of the mains power. Yeah, again, we are still getting lines all over the screen. Let me just see something. I'm not powering the blue SCSI. That's a mistake. I need to externally power that. You always refresh the browser if YouTube is giving you weird issues. Well, this is concerning here. Not exactly sure what is going on or why it's suddenly doing this. It did work before I put in the ultrasonic cleaner. Who knows? Maybe something got loose or a trace got loose. I did have to do 2 baud wire, so it's very possible that I did knock something off of the board. The floppy drive is getting power. I'm gonna see if no, it's not trying to boot. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to try seeing if the floppy MU is going to be responding to anything here. Let me unplug the SCSI cable. Let's just be basic here. It better be okay, because I mean, it was being used for quite a little bit before I ultrasonically cleaned it, and it's now very unhappy. So hopefully I didn't screw something up. Me and my naive nature, I thought, oh, you know what, it's fine. I'll just put in the ultrasonic cleaner and the problems will fix itself. Well, not so much. So the floppy drive does not seem to be seeking. There is an external monitor port on here, Trina, but Apple never officially released an adapter from what I understand. Somebody did make a PDS adapter. However, it is not easily... well, you could purchase one, but they're not cheap. So yeah, it looks like a standard VGA port, but it's not usable, really, in its state. Because I don't have a thing that plugs into it. Alright, I'm gonna wiggle the ribbon cable. I mean, it looks like it's in good shape, which is good, because I don't want any damage to that ribbon cable. That would be a pain to replace. Yeah, I'm gonna just assume that maybe something that I repaired got a little bit loose, and I'm gonna have to go over with the multimeter to fix that. But this is not going to be the primary thing we work on today. I was just curious if we could get this thing working, because I already just cleaned the board and all that fun stuff, but who knows, maybe I missed something, or at least the floppy drive is getting power. Not hearing anything with the speaker, so that's concerning, and it seems to just be worse than before. So not exactly the direction I was hoping to go in, but we will work on this another time. I'll do a dedicated stream to this, I'm sure. Let me just carefully take these pieces off, because I only have one of each things for this machine. Do not want to hurt this in any way, especially the display, because it differs between the backlit and the non-backlit model. So, alright, so I'm just going to take some of these plastic pieces off and put them in this box so I do not damage them. And then we're going to move on to Mike's LC 575 logic board. Yeah, I mean, I have no clue what it could also just be something in the ultrasonic cleaner, pushed a solder ball somewhere or whatever. You know, there's so many things that could be going on with this. I might just take a quick peek under the microscope if you guys don't mind. Let's see if I see anything, but this was not what I was hoping to spend too much time on this stream. I thought it would just work, but silly me. I know. My silly assumptions. But it is a very interesting looking logic board. You could easily spot it from a lineup of different ones because it looks so different. Yes, we're getting to the Macintosh LC, don't worry. I just wanted to try out something I cleaned first, and obviously it was not happy, so we are going to move on. I like the Mac Portable. It is a weirdo. It's a weird machine. They only made one form factor of it. But you know what? That makes me like it even more. So, what can I say? I have a soft spot for the weird computers, the weird accessories, the oddball add-ons that, you know, nobody really liked. That's the kind of stuff I like. So there's a 68,000 processor in here. I think it's a low power model. Mike knows exactly what type it is because he loves the processor in these, I think, unless I'm just misremembering. I'm just going to unclip it from the plastic here, just to take a quick look at it, make sure the traces I ran didn't destroy themselves or anything like that. There's no tools required to open this thing. There's a lot of plastic clips, which is a little unnerving in these days, but it is what it is. So there's the board. We're going to take a look at it under the microscope just for a second. Well, a few minutes, you know. Let's see if we can get the microscope over here, because I do have this big camera in the way, and everything fell over last time I ended a stream. Oh boy. Alright, so let's move some of this stuff so my microscope could actually come over here and point to where it has to. Maybe. Come on. There we go. So I did have to run some repairs here. Here's one of the areas I had to. And if my multimeter did not get up and run off on me, here it is. I will confirm. The system looks to me like not enough current. Try one. Yeah, I did. I think I did try without the battery installed, but I am using the portable power adapter. I am not using the PowerBook one, but that is something I will consider. LMNO. I will do that. Well, see, all right. So there's a bit of a controversy here. People saying don't power it on without the adapter, or fry the power. Don't do it without the battery. I'll do this. Let me just say I've heard from multiple reliable people who have said they've run theirs for years without any problems. Now, I don't know a lot about these machines. I don't know necessarily how the circuitry is and all that fun stuff. I will just say that be careful when you're operating these machines because, you know, their circuitry is probably set up to be working a certain way. And all I will say is you want to be careful, but I have heard both sides of the argument. I like to be on the side of caution, obviously, but I'm not going to go ahead and be yelling at people to do something that I don't fully understand. So, well, there's no way I could probe that because I solder masks the heck out of that. So, yeah, exactly. Your mileage may vary. Yeah. No, I do not have a bench power supply yet. That is one of the things I am hoping to get. But this thing worked flawlessly before the ultrasonic clean. I recapped it. It worked perfectly except for the sound, and there was no backlight on the display. The display worked fine. I copied the entire original hard drive from it onto the SCSI 2SD adapter, so this thing was on for hours, and it worked without an issue. So something happened between then and now. Well, I seemingly dried the heck out of it, but who knows? Who knows? I should have clipped that a little bit, but that shouldn't be causing any problem. Yeah, so the problem is that wasn't really feeding through to the other side, and that's where I put that on. Alright, well this is going to be a rabbit hole, so I'm not going to go too far down here. We're going to look at Mike's board here. And we're going to move on and play around with this a little later, because I don't want this to turn into another portable stream. Mike will get upset, and he will fall asleep. So we will play around with that another time. Oh boy. Yeah, we're not slapping anything around. Okay, so this is what we got here. This is the camera's still pointed down so you can't see. Hi. So if the microscope would move out of the way slightly. This is Mike's LC 575 board. And there we go. This is a bit rusty, as you can see here. This definitely needs a cleaning of some sort. I have removed the capacitors because Mike was very, very concerned about the state of this board, and I told him I'll remove the capacitors right away. And so I did. So the leaking capacitors have been removed. However, this thing is still pretty rough. So I'm going to put it under the microscope. We're all going to take a look together. And we're going to change that text here so we don't get people going, that's not a Macintosh portable. Because that's what happens. And we're going to change that if it lets me. And let's see if my computer's keyboard wants to work today. Hey, look, the Bluetooth actually wants to work. All right. Sweet. All right, so what I'm going to be doing is going to just take a quick look at this board. I did remove the caps from here. That's not a Macintosh portable. See? There's a joker in every deck. All right, so let's adjust the focus here. And just take a look around here. So this does work, or it did work before I removed the caps. It wasn't too bad. I don't think I noticed any problems. This does need a very, very lovely ultrasonic clean. But you're going to see there's a lot of dirt and grime and gunk around the pads here. So it's not exactly the cleanest board. Gonna clean it up, gonna see if we could get it all happy again. Yeah, so we're going to be doing that. That's going to be what we're going to be doing for the next, oh, I don't know, period of time. This battery is likely dead. One of these funny looking cube clock batteries. This is a Rayovac computer clock battery. I believe this is, yeah, 4.5 volts alkaline. So I'm going to put that to the side. All right. Okay, so we're just going to take a quick look around here. I think, no, see, now I'm confusing this with another LC 575 I did the other day. That was my friend Frank's, and that still needs its sound issues fixed. Hey, Michael, how's it going? And so we're going to get into the fun of it. I still haven't found my good tweezers. Jay and Bruce will have to tell me the brand of tweezers that they picked up, because they were very happy with getting a bunch of tweezers, and they worked fine for them. But there's a very, very rough surface of grime on top of this thing. Poor little computer. So we're going to have to clean this up. I just realized I need to get the little alcohol bottle here. Where'd it go? Hold on. Hold on. I had it somewhere. I was using it to clean something. I know these are very vague directions. Oh, you know what? I could use this guy. So, wait 1 minute, and I will be swapping over to this. So, Jay from the House of Moth. I'll wait for him to get back to do the shout out fully, but he sent me some goodies, and I'm going to be using one of those. So let me just get the jug of IPA I have over here. I'm going to pour it in this little thingamabobber, whatever thing here. I haven't streamed in like a week, and it probably shows because it's sort of all over the place today, but that's how it is sometimes. Hey, Sean, how's it going? Alright, so we're going to get that all done, and then when I do this, look at that, the alcohol comes up. Cool. Alright, thank you, Jay, again. So we're just going to be, oof, yeah, this is, it's a bit grimy, but just seeing if I can get some of that dirt off of here. Yeah, we'll have to deal with that a little later. So this is Mike's, and we're going to be trying to fix this guy up, make it all happy, and see if it wants to be a happy computer again. Hello, Dave. How's it going? I did stream on Sunday. And don't ask me what I streamed out. I don't remember. Oh, that's right. It was the Retro Maccast. I'm a dork. I can't even remember anything anymore. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of different things going on. So let's see if this wants to point in the right direction, Mr. Camera. Maybe you want to do that? Maybe no. Maybe not. Well, anyway, yeah, I was on the Retro Maccast podcast. Very, very nice folks. I've been on there a few times, and they are a joy to watch live on YouTube. And I'm going to say, if you are not subscribed and watching the Retro Maccast on YouTube, you are missing out about half the jokes, because we were playing around, and at one point, and it's still on the desk over there because I haven't had the chance to put it back, but, you know, one of the guys we were looking at an eBay find of a Apple Monitor 3, which had a slightly different color bezel. And so what did we do? We all got up and grabbed our Apple Monitor 3s. We're examining them. Just like a bunch of dorks. Oh, I love it. Those guys are great. So James and John of the Retro Maccast, check them out. They do have a podcast, you know, every Sunday. It's recorded live on YouTube, and, you know, it's also released not on YouTube, but the YouTube way is the fun way to watch it. All right, so I'm going to put this over here. Jay sent me some Q-tips. Thank you very much, Jay. And we're just going to clean this machine up just a little bit before we get the soldering iron out and get the old gunk and the pads off of these things. Now, I did clean this up very, very little when I took the caps off, because Mike was very concerned about how long these leaky caps have been on there, especially looking at some of these other LC models and such. So I said, no worries, I will take the caps off, and so I did that. And so I'm just going over with a Q-tip and some isopropyl alcohol, and we are just cleaning up these pads. Oh my goodness. Probably a lot of insect poo and stuff that I don't even want to think about, but the ultrasonic cleaner will take care of that. And yeah, so we're just gonna keep on going along. Yeah, no, the PCB is fine. The machine worked, so Mike was just concerned about capacitor leakage, especially since these caps are next to a lot of vital components. For whatever reason, that's how it was designed. We have a lot of dirt and grime in there, but this egret chip right here, that's a pretty important chip. And this cap is right next to her, so if that cap leaked, that would have been a very sad situation there. Okay, so I think I cleaned all the spots where the caps were. I mean, this thing is going to have to go in the ultrasonic cleaner anyway. It is filthy. Absolutely filthy. Mike, was this thing stored outside at any point in its life? Actually, don't answer. Maybe I don't want to know. Yeah, let's hope it's easy. I like easy ones. Like I've been saying on some of my streams, about 90% of the jobs that people have sent me have not been straightforward recently, which is always fun. Always fun. So just cleaning up a little areas that I'm just finding a lot of excess dust in. So sorry, some of it is off camera. Just doing this real briefly, and then we're going to get the caps on here. All right. And Mike might have fallen asleep, or the cat got his tongue. Probably the latter. Okay, so what do we do? Well, we need to know. It does make for good live stream content, but it does make for clients that have to wait months for their machines to get fixed, because some of them are very hard to figure out. So I'm going to go to my favorite website, recapamac.com. This is from my good friend Bruce, who is not here, but I will give him a shout out anyway, because he'll watch this when I'm asleep one day, and then I will feel very foolish, right? So my friend Bruce of Brankus Creations has this excellent website, and we're going to pop it up on the screen if it wants to cooperate. How about that? There it is. And so recapamac.com.au, or just simply recapamac.com, is an excellent website, excellent resource for learning not only how to solder, because he has his YouTube channel here, but he has a bunch of these resources, and these are recapping guides. So we have the 575 selected here. This tells us exactly what capacitors we need. So it looks like we have 10 of the 47 microfarad 16 volt, and we need 2 of the 100 microfarad 6.3 volt. So I have both of those, and we will be putting those caps onto this board, and hopefully it'll be fairly straightforward. Good evening, Andre. Good evening, anybody I missed. Sorry about that. Just been a busy stream so far. How long have we been going for? 40 minutes? It feels like 5, I tell you. Alright, so let's get those capacitors out here. And this is where the fun is, because I can't remember where I put them last, because it's been over a week since I've been tinkering around with this stuff. But we'll make do. Alright, so these are 100 microfarad 6 volts. Well, that's close enough. I don't think the 0.3 is going to get us into trouble there. Don't tell Bruce. No, he said that before too. Now I'm just putting words in his mouth. I do need to find the 4716s. I do have a separate bag of them. Yep, those are the wrong things, but they're in this type of a bag. 2 a.m. My goodness. My goodness. Well, it's only 8 p.m. here. So there is a bit of a time difference in the world. But that's just how things are. Somebody asked me if I would be doing all my streaming from my new setup over there with all the fancy lights. And I laughed at them and said no, because there's no way I am dragging my microscope and all that fun stuff over there. It would look cool, it's just not practical. So we have our big bin of capacitors here, so I'm just sorting through. Let's see. Yeah, great, I'm glad. Yeah, the Retro Maccast is a fun show. We have 2 random Mac Classic boards hanging out in there. That's fun. Alright, so let's find exactly what we're looking for. No. These are all the oddball ones, not the ones I usually use, which makes me think I probably put them like off to the side or something, because I'm silly like that. Sometimes I'll misplace something, and that's just how I am. So let me just check over here, over there. Sorry for the delay here, but that's how it is sometimes. I just had the whole box of them, the whole bag of them. But see, I like stack things in junk and then out of sight, out of mind. As simple as that. I'll find them. They couldn't have gone far. I was just using them the other day. Let me know if you guys have ever had a Macintosh LC, whether it's a LC model without the all-in-one configuration, or if it's one with the CRT built in. I know a lot of people experience them at schools and offices and stuff like that. But have you guys ever had one? They're quite interesting machines. They could be souped up and sped up a little bit with some modifications, especially the LC3. You could easily turn that into an LC3 Plus. So Dave has not had one. Baby Boomer Torque Team says before their time. Have a working 580. Excellent. I only have a 550 myself. I do have a 575 logic board, but I only have the 550 shell. Nick has an LC and an LC3, and they both work. Excellent. And I am still failing to find these capacitors, which is absolutely atrocious, because I know I have them. I just don't know where the heck I put them. How about that? Oh, they're probably right here. Yeah, I found them. They're right here. Oh, boy. This is what happens when you say, I want to digitize a VHS tape, and put all the things on your desk in a box and just shove it off. Alright, here we go. We have the right capacitors we need now. 47 microfarad, 16 volt, says it right there on the label. Just want to see if I have any others before we dive into a new one there. No, I think that's the pack that we're currently working from. Yeah. Oh, and we have a 6.3 microfarad, 100 volt. Yeah, you know what? Mike will get the special treatment. He'll get the one that's perfectly suited for his machine. How about that? Sean has transformed into Action Retro. With his powers combined, he could curse any Macintosh with a single glance. He could shove a G4 processor up it and see what happens with that wedge technology. Oh, I cannot wait to see what you do with that clone. I am super jelly. Sean has announced that he will be trying to take over my skills, because he has learned to solder small things. And to him I say, good luck, sir. Good luck. Alright, so the oddball out here, we need 2 of those caps. Why do they only take 1 out? Oops. Bring that out again. Was it this big? Oh, Steven. Yeah, we need 2 of the 6.3 microfarad ones. You're soldering pro now. I encourage everybody to try this. I mean, look, not everyone's going to have steady enough hands and whatever to mess around with this stuff, but I encourage everybody to try. Oh yeah, of course with videotapes you have to, when you capture them, you have to capture them by playing it back at normal speed. Fun, fun, fun. Alright, so let's get the soldering iron on, and we will wick away some of this old stuff here, and we'll get some nice fresh solder and some capacitors on here. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I mean, look, I have a soft spot for analog media and analog equipment and stuff like that, but do I not enjoy the convenience of, you know, high-def video discs and streaming? No, I love it. I love it. Alright, now I'm going to need a power cord, which, oh, I stole for this recorder that's next to me. I think I have another one here. I should. It's probably the most common cable I have in this entire basement. You sent me a spoiler. Alright, I'm not going to tell anybody, but I'm going to look. I'm going to look. Of course I can't forget Laserdisc. I have freaking over 100 of those darn things. Much to my wife's dismay, I assure you. Wait for my phone to wake up from whatever it was doing. Sean, you are a madman. You are an absolute madman. You're insane. Do you know that? In a good way, but my goodness, anything I upgrade is going to pale in comparison to that. You know, I just added some memory to it. Sean's like, oh yeah? I added a whole extra logic board to it. Alright, so let's plug in our soldering iron here. Very cool, Sean. Very excited to see you progress with that lovely, crazy little machine. Okay, so we need some of our equipment here. Expensive but great, yeah. I mean, those PowerPC upgrades for those machines, they ain't cheap. They weren't cheap back in the day. They especially ain't cheap now when everybody has, like, the I want to play with vintage Macs bug. I mean, hey, I love it. But it's more expensive for me as well. Alright, so let's get soldering. Enough jibba jabba. Let's get some of this stuff out of here. So I'm just going to put a little bit of flux here just to convince this solder to leave town peacefully. Get my solder wick ready here. And we're just going to go ahead and try and get the old solder to leave town. A lot of these caps left their legs behind. You just want to be careful that you don't rip anything else. No, Jay, it's not fixed yet. We moved on to something else to try and fix. I actually just dried the other cursed SE30 that Sean sent me. So hopefully that'll be all happy and working. And since Jay is back, I can now give him his shout out. Jay sent me over some lovely goodies, including this little IPA alcohol dispenser thing. So you basically pop the top here, you squish it, some alcohol pops up, and then you get your little Q-tip and you go boop, and no more me dropping my Q-tips in my small bottle of alcohol. Thank you very much, Jay. Jay also sent me, if I could reach for it here, some brushes. Look at that. These are brushes that he uses to clean his boards. He swears by them. I'm going to try them out later today. And he sent me a buttload of cotton swabs. So thank you very much, Jay. Greatly appreciate the support here. I'm going to give you the first eep of the night. Eep! And go subscribe to the House of Moth. Jay is putting out some excellent content. He's actually listening to us and is streaming now, which I know is a bit scary. But check out the House of Moth on YouTube. Subscribe to Jay's channel. He's almost at 1,000 subscribers. I know, you got to subscribe to him. You want to be there and say, hey, look, I was there before he hit the big time. I was there before he reached 1,000 subscribers. So go check that out. Yeah, I would do it with my fingers, then I get all sorts of cuts, and then my fingers hurts. But Jay was very kind to send those things my way. He kept threatening that I need to buy these things, and then I was lazy, and it looks like I won in the end because he just ended up sending them to me. So maybe that was the plan all along. No, it wasn't. But I don't think that far ahead in order to make a good plan like that. But thank you very much, Jay. Subscribe to Jay, the House of Moth. He does excellent repair and Macintosh-related videos. Much newer stuff than I do, but it's exciting to see him do that, because I'm sure I'll have to send him some stuff to fix up that I don't want to touch one of these days. So there you go. And his shameless self-promotion in there. There you go. That's his channel. Please click on that link and then hit the subscribe button. And then you'll be notified of when Jay does a stream and all that fun stuff. Alright, so we're going to put a little bit of flux on the board here. And then we're just going to put these new caps on. These are teeny tiny baby caps. Jay, I need to know what tweezers you purchased. I know you bought a bunch to try a little while ago. I need to buy a new set. I have no idea where the tweezers that I brought to Ken's place went. They're probably somewhere in the elevator system of his lair, for all I know. Yes, Jay does excellent RGB videos. I mean, he is the king of RGB. And he loves it so much. So very much. Alrighty. Yeah, these tweezers have seen much better days, but it's what I have to use right now, so that's what I'm going to be using. And these are just little tiny baby capacitors. They're so tiny. They are so tiny in the petiteness. Let's hope that they just go on the board easily. They're just flowing out of bad accents like that, sorry. I'm sure there's a medical reason why I need to stop doing that, but yeah, it won't even hold it flat. Thank you, tweezers. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know it's not perfect. I'm going to come back in a little second there. Look at them for a while and then put them away. Well, that's what I do. I just put them away off camera. Put them on a shelf or wherever. But hey, I encourage everybody to be creative. You want to start your YouTube channel? You want to play around with this stuff? Sure. I mean, yeah, I know a lot about this stuff, but I'm not an expert in some areas. And I'm not saying I'm an expert in most areas, but what I'm saying is we all learn from each other. I learned how to upgrade Macs and make them cry from Sean. I learned what to do when you spill water on a MacBook Air from Jay. And I learned how to pet your cats from Mike. We all have different skills. Yeah, I really would like to know if Jason from Jason's Macintosh Museum is okay, because he's been basically out of commission and not on the usual haunts for a long time. Hope the dude's okay. Excellent series of videos. I mean, my goodness. I looked at some of his stuff and I'm like, well, I don't need to cover that subject, because what else more is there to say? We have, my cursor's in the way here, I'll move it over here. About 55 people watching, my goodness, hello everybody. Oh, Jay. Oh, nice, LCs. So the Sonnet upgrade for the Quadra 700, do you know the speed of that? Is it a PowerPC one? Is it a, I don't know what would be the, I'm going to assume it's a PowerPC one, but I don't know the upgrades that Sonnet made for that. I know Apple made one and Daystar made one. I'm just not aware of the Sonnet one, but the price could fluctuate. Look, I got a PowerPC upgrade card. It was the Apple one. It was a bit slower. It was the 60 megahertz one. I got it for like $60 or something like that. It wasn't bad at all. It was an auction, so that's what people were willing to pay for it. But, you know, prices of this stuff fluctuate. Upgrade cards are always sort of hard to value because it depends on if somebody, you know, is looking for that one. If somebody can overclock it. I'm just getting the old legs off of these here. Ugh. And so on and so forth. Happy Tuesday, yes. Happy Tuesday. You have a spare PowerPC upgrade card for the 840. Excellent. Oh, I love the 840. Oh, I love the Canadian Computer Collector. Make sure you subscribe to him as well. Okay, the Sonnet was a re-release of the Daystar, Sean says. And I would trust Sean. He knows about these upgrades because that's all he does. That's all he does. Upgrade. The solder actually does not look bad here because I did clean these a bit before, so I'm not really gonna bother cleaning them off because Mike's close enough that if he has a problem, he just gets it fixed. But that looks shiny. I don't think I could really improve that at all. And I'm eager to see how happy this thing is once we get it working. So I'm going to move the board to its side here so I get it under the microscope a little bit better. And this board has a bit of a tiltiness to it, but that's just because it has pads under it. So that is why it's might not be as sharp and in focus as it was before. So just bear with me for a moment as I put these caps on the board, and then we'll move on. But the LC series is one of those machines where you really want to recap it. I mean, any 68K Mac you want to recap, but especially the LC series. They usually have a cluster of tightly packed capacitors, and it just spells certain doom for anybody who has one of these machines and just lets it sitting around, unfortunately. Mike, I told you, like in text message like a week ago, I already removed the caps from the logic board because you were so worried about it leaking. And I said, yeah, don't worry, dude, I got you. So we're just putting the caps on. Where have you been? Love you, Mike. An extra leg was hanging around there. Get out of there, leg. Hey, Bruce, how's it going? Oh my God, Bruce is here. It's Bruce. Now we all have to be professional and stop slacking off because Bruce will call us out on our BS. This is exactly what Bruce will do. Yes, there are a lot of people who are doing similar projects to what Kai Robinson did with the Macintosh SE and the Mac Classic board. More power to them. The more replacement logic boards we have, the better, because although you might have a board that's been battery bombed and 90% of the chips are okay, well, it's great to have the option of like, well, if you're skilled enough or you're going to send it to somebody, they have a replacement board where all the parts can go on. It worked perfectly before I touched it. Okay, Mike. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. All right, so let's get some of the old solder off of here. Hello, hi laser tech. Pew 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 pew. Lasers. Lasers, lasers, lasers. The little feets here. Almost all of these caps just left their little feets behind. They were smelly capacitors, I tell you. Make sure nothing's hiding underneath them. That solder looks okay. There's no breaks or anything, so I'm going to go ahead and put some more capacitors down. And I don't know if I can mimic it, but I will say I was so impressed by Bruce's victory dance. He was fixing up a Macintosh, was it SE30 or Classic? I forget what it was. It was one of the compact Macs. And he was fixing up, and when he got to work, he did a victory dance. And I thought, that man has better moves than I will ever have. My goodness. Ah, it's a newer technology. SE30, that's what it was. Thank you, Bruce. Newer technology. Well, I mean, obviously it sounds like you're of the cultured Macintosh peoples, but if you no longer want that upgrade card, I would love to take a look at it, sir. You can email me at Mac84TV@gmail.com. Obviously, it's yours if you want to hang on to it. Please do. You don't have to give me anything. You don't have to sell me anything. Just saying. Just saying. So Bruce's victory dance is one that I hate that. There we go. That is very hard to mimic. I'm gonna try, but the licensing fees just may be too much for me. Maybe too much. Australia's Got Talent. Someone donated me a G4 MDD and a G4 2.5 dual processor. Oops, scrolling chat. G4 doesn't boot, though removing all the RAM gives one beep, but putting them does nothing. Just the fan spin, all power. You can't find any idea where to look. Remove the PR and battery without impression. Francois. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing names. I would highly suggest you go to the Low End Mac Facebook group. A lot of us hang out there. A lot of us hang out there and can provide expertise of how to resolve these issues. It's very difficult to do this on a live stream because the chat scrolls and people can't, remember things or whatnot, especially me. I suggest you go in the Facebook group Low End Mac or Vintage Macintosh Enthusiasts. That's another one. And just say, hey, look, I'm having this problem. Can anybody help out? Because a bunch of us smart cookies are on there, and people much smarter than I am about those particular systems will hopefully be able to give you some ideas of how to try and resolve it. Yeah, could definitely be a bad power supply. Could be a lot of things to look into. So I hope, no worries. I hope you can get that working, because that's a lovely machine, both of those. Does the dual processor G5 work? I remember you saying there was an issue with the G4, but the chat flew away so quickly. So quickly. Seemed fun. Huh. This is fun. We are so close to plastic. Almost all of these had the freaking legs still on for the capacitors. They were just popping off left and right, though. When I was taking the caps off this board, they were just like, bing, 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 just falling off. Falling off. A lot of bodges on both sides, including some loading resistors in the power. Okay, well, it seems like somebody may have had a go at that before you did. Detailed photos of those bodge bars will probably prove useful to anybody who's trying to figure out what the heck is going on with that machine. So, yeah. But how's everybody doing tonight? We have about 60 people here, my goodness. I just released a video on Thursday called Vintage Apple Basics. I know a lot of you said earlier that you saw that, but for anybody who just joined and maybe you didn't see that, maybe you're not subscribed to the channel, please check that video out. It's something I've been working on since about 2018 or so. It's going to be a series. I'm going to cover a lot of Apple basics and fun stuff that will not get out of my brain until I expel it out. So any suggestions of machines that you want to see covered in that series or questions you have, please go to that video. And please make a comment. And then I will make sure that I take a look at what you say. But that's been something I wanted to do for a long time. There's a lot of people here on YouTube that do excellent Macintosh content, but not a lot of people who start from like the basics. And if they start from the basics, sometimes they start like Intel or PowerPC. I'm starting back to the 68K. And I need more solder on that. These are smaller. Yes, they are, sir. These are the smaller type. These are the only type that they had in stock. And so these are the ones that I actually prefer to use them because they're a bit tinier. And I still need more flux and more solder. These are a bit tinier and they're a bit easier to work on for some of the smaller machines like the PowerBooks. So I just bought like a buttload of them because I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have to do it anyway for some of the PowerBooks. So might as well just get that slight discount and order like 120 of the smaller ones. That being said, this package says there were 120 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 30, 40, 50, 60. I'd say I only have about 70 or so left. Yeah, apparently a lot of the stuff is out of stock, and that not fun. Not fun at all. Okay, so let's just make sure I actually did these, because I was yapping around the whole time. And we're missing one over here, so let's do that. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. Well, thank you very much, Dave. The Macintosh TV. I have one, but the logic board is unhappy. I would love to get a working one. Somebody posted on Facebook they have like 2 or 3 of them. It's some ridiculous number. And I don't think I could afford them. Doesn't hurt me to ask, what do you want for them? Because I'll say I'll take my 2 cents and go home because I cannot afford them. It would be lovely to have one, even if it's just a logic board. Because I have the case and the keyboard and the mouse, and they all look great. They're all in pretty good shape, but the logic board is unhappy. Now, the logic board also has its limitations. Only 8 megabytes of memory and so on and so forth. But that's the whole idea behind having that machine, is flaws and all. Flaws and all. Oh, don't mention GDPR. I had to work at a project at my old job for GDPR. Let's just say it was one of the factors in me leaving that job. Oh, Steve, you just came off of a 2.5-year-long project. How about you just have no time to breathe and we'll just shove you into this GDPR nonsense. You don't know what it's about? Well, that's good. Half the people working on it don't. And, by the way, it's due next month. Good luck. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Yes, you could never have enough 47 microfarad 16-volt caps in stock. Yeah, last time I looked at some of those, you had to wait until February to get some of them. I think that's it. I think we're all recapped here. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's it. All 12 caps. Redone. Let's press the little button here. We go to the full screen. There you go, Mike. It's done. It's done. Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead with a little isopropyl alcohol and just with this little Q-tip and just clean up some of these little areas where we had some flux and junk. And then we're going to test it in our machine. I didn't really see any bad traces or anything, so that's good. The caps weren't as leaky as you thought, Mike. So that's excellent. Or if they were just leaking slightly. Just slightly. But we all... Oh, wait, I missed 2 caps. Wait a second. Hold on. Did I not count properly? I didn't count properly because I'm an idiot. Complete idiot. Hold on a second here. This has been failing to count with Steve of Mac84. I knew that was too quick. Look like crap, but it worked fine. Story of my life. We missed these 2 by the sound chip. Let me do a recount here. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Oh, that's right. I count the ones that were already there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that would be 9 and 10. Duh. Alright, so we just have 2 more to put on here. False alarm, folks. False alarm. False alarm. I need to pay somebody to count. I need a computer. But Bender, you're a robot. I need a good computer. No, a calculator. I need a calculator. But Bender, you're a robot. I mean a good calculator. Alright. Last 2 caps. Then we're just going to check our work and clean up. It's much more economical for Mike to spend the toll money and the gas than to invest in a expensive microscope and have his cats just destroy it. Because his cats will be like, oh, look, a new perch for me to sit on. Crash! Yeah, there's a lot of solder here that just splashed about, so let's try and get all that up here. Because we don't want that causing any issues. Ah. The last one is always going to be the most problematic. That's just how it is. It's just how it is. Just want to try and get that straight. Alrighty. Now we have all the capacitors on. So what we're going to do is take a quick look-see here. And what was I doing? Here we go. And just going to clean off the excess the extra flux from this area here. Thank you, Jay, for this little alcohol dispensing thingamawhatsit doodly do. Very, very handy. And oh, I didn't put down solder enough on that. Jeez, I told you this is screwing me up. Somehow, that one just did not want to stay down. And you're not even going to see me do it because it's such a tiny little thing. I'm just going to go. That should be it. I mean, I tells you, Mike, this board is cursed, I tells you. Just giving it a little bit more solder so it doesn't get angry. Alright, that's enough of that. So let's just clean this up, and then we're going to test this out. What do you guys think? I have high hopes it would work. It worked before. I did not see any horrible leakage or anything like that, so I have no reason to believe this thing will not work. There is a lot of dirt and grime on this thing, so this is definitely going to get ultrasonically cleaned. I mean, just the amount of dust and crud between these chips. Ugh. No, thank you. So just doing a quick cleanup here, nothing too exciting to see. And then we will go ahead and plug it in. What do you guys think? Do you think it's going to work? Is Mike going to be happy? Is he going to be sad? Is he going to drive 3 hours over here and punch me in the face? Time will tell, folks. Only time will tell. Alright, so I'm going to grab, I have to grab your memory, which I put in another machine I was testing, but I labeled it. Here it is. So I know that this is Mike's stuff. And then we're going to use the lovely machine behind me, that chunker right here. It's a LC 550. And we're going to see if this wants to work correctly. There's a lot of dust and crud in the memory sockets here, so just poking out the visible dust bunnies here. Don't want those to cause any trouble. All right. Mike doesn't know where all the cameras are in the basement, so I have that going for me at least. So I'm just installing the video memory here. All right, so let me get this plugged in, and then we'll do that. Let's see. Oh, that's very kind of you. If you want to lend that to me, yeah, I'd love to do a little video about that, comparing the upgrades and stuff like that. You know, no rush or anything, but if you want to email me, mac84tv@gmail.com, it'd be great to hear from you. Now I just have to get a power cord over here, so just give me a moment. Okay, and I just need a keyboard and a mouse, and then I'm going to have to hold the camera or something, because there's just a bunch of crap in the way. Yes, I have a 800, a 650, and I don't have a 700. Somebody was offering to give me a 700, but they did not yet. So we'll see what happens with that. All right. Let me get, where'd the keyboard and mouse go? Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, thanks. I swear some parts of it are organized. Other parts, not so much. This is why I had to pause repairs, because I just have so much stuff on that shelf of other people's stuff that I just have to get to. And a lot of those machines are just like, they work fine except like one serial port doesn't work or something like that. Or the sound doesn't work. So it's like, that's fun. That's fun. I know where it is. That's organized enough for me, right? Right? All right, the CRT has been energized because I flipped it on from the back. So let's take the camera off here. Sorry, guys. Take you for a little bit of a walk. This cable is short, so you're just going to have to manage with what I could show you. All right. So here is the LC 550 with Mike's 575 board in there. And we're going to turn it on. Maybe? Ah, that's a good sign. Yes, when I clean up, I can't find anything, so. Retro hardware is definitely getting more difficult to find. Oh, Francois, I'm sure you'll be accepted to the group. They only take a few minutes. In fact, some of those moderators are here, so they'll probably jump to it. Oh, we got a cursor. That's a good sign. We got a cursor. Now, the hard drive in here is not present. It is unplugged because it is slowly going a little crazy and dying. So, yeah. But if I were to put in a CD or a floppy, let's see if I have a floppy just hanging around here. Probably not. No. If I had one, I could just shove it in there. Maybe, kinda. Ooh, disc tools. There we go. How about that? There, we get a Happy Mac. Before it spit it out. Ha ha ha! But we do have a temporary Happy Mac. That's good enough for me. Yeah, this is supposed to actually work on this. 9060. Oh, the SCSI hard disk. That's right. This has an IDE hard drive in it. That's why it's unhappy. But anyway, there you go. I think it'll work just fine. It worked fine before. Here's the Ethernet card that Mike also sent along with it. We got a dangling bug. So yeah, it's a Farallon Ethernet card, which is neat. So this is a 500 112-00-01 on the little chip there, on the ROM, I suppose. Oh, come on, camera. You could focus a little bit better than that. You silly little camera, you. There we go. But, yeah. No, that G3 all-in-one is staying on that shelf over there, and it is not moving because that is heavy. All right, so let's see what we can do now. I did not lose your Ethernet cord. It's right there. You gotta put the camera back in here so I don't have to hold it anymore. Yay, yay, yay. Okay, what else are we going to do? My goodness, there's a lot of crap in the background. There's a lot of empty boxes. Cardboard recycling day is fun around here. All right, so I'm going to turn this machine off. If I can stand up and reach it. So there you go, Mike. I promised it would be done, and it is done. Hello, Wells. How's it going? Quadra time. Quadra time. Ooh, that is tempting. How about I give you guys a choice? Give you guys a choice. Mike sent a buggy card. I love it. I love it. All right, so we could give you guys a choice of what to work on next because there's no shortage of stuff to do. Just put some of the stuff back over here. Let me put the caps back where they should be so I do not lose them. Okay, so we have, unfortunately, the Quadra 840AV, choice 1. What else do I have? I do have one of Mike's PowerBooks. I'm not taking that apart on the stream because when I did last time, I almost lost the pieces. Don't want to do that. What else do we have to do? I have to rearrange the sound chip on my friend Frank's 575. Not really looking forward to that because that's going to be frustrating to play around with. And that is a little TV in the corner. It's a little happy TV, a little Radio Shack CRT. It's lovely. And what else do I have to do immediately? Now just testing because I have an LC3, 3 classic boards, and Sean's SE30 board that are upstairs that just dried. So yeah, I mean I could play around with the portable, but the problem with that is I want to take my time diagnosing it and such, and this is just not staying up the way I want it. There we go. Yay. No set-top box. That is on the shelf over there. I'm not touching it. It's going to do the same exact thing it did last time. Like to see the sound chip work. Everyone's voting for the AV. Let's see if the AV board is right here. We'll take a look at it. I did have it over here for a period of time, and I moved it. Let me see if it's still in this vicinity. Let's see. Those are 2 CX boards. I put it in a long, tall box so it would stick out, and now I just have long, tall boxes everywhere. So. Yeah, where the heck did that board go? That's concerning. I just had the darn thing. I do have another board I could do. If I can't find that, I have another board I could work on here. Let me just think for a moment. Go refresh your drinks. Go to use the bathroom while I figure out what the heck I did with this thing. Because I have moved so many things around in this basement. It just has disoriented me. I didn't put it back there, did I? He asks himself in confusion. No, I don't think so. I need to organize this stuff like I organize my client stuff because it's all on the same shelf in the same spot. But I'm too lazy to do that with my own stuff, and I just put it in piles and boxes and go, I know where it is until I don't. Ah. I just saw it too, so it couldn't have gone too far. It's not like that board's going to be fixed, though. Wait, I think I found it. And a bunch of floppies fell to the ground. Here she is, Miss Universe. There it is. Alright, this thing is a pain in the butt, and I regret taking this out already. 840AV board. And this thing, I'm going to warn you. This is not for the faint of heart. Let's just say it that way. I'm going to attempt to explain myself, but I don't think that's going to save it from any of the ridicule that I'll be receiving from this thing. So, as I re-examine with my eyes the horrors that is this board, many pads have been lifted, many repairs have been attempted. And this thing, unfortunately, is still dead. So we get a light, and that's all. No chime, no nothing. So I'm going to look under the microscope, see if there's anything that we find that we didn't do before. I'm not going to get too hung up on this, because then that'll turn into a 5-hour boring stream of this stuff. It's a good size. It's a good size basement, I'll say that. Could there be more space? Or I'd love more space, but I just filled up with garbage anyway. So let's take a look at this. Now I will try and explain myself here. So originally, when I took the caps off of this board, I had no idea what the heck I was doing, and I thought I could fix it. This is back in 2017 or so. Since then, I learned a little bit, and since then, I regret immensely of what I did to this poor board. So what I did was I did a bunch of fixes here, and a lot of things aren't perfect looking because I'm trying to find out the faults with this board. Now, where things really look funky, as I try and move this board on the desk, and there's not enough room because this board is huge, is here. And let me explain myself. I put these capacitors suspended on little wires because these capacitors were larger than the pads. And at the time, I had no idea if I could determine if there was a fault under the capacitor. So I thought, let me just lift up everything and I'll be able to see. And yeah, it just looks horrible. It looks like a mess. And maybe we'll clean that up today, but I don't think it's going to solve any of our problems. Although I do have replacement capacitors that are much smaller. So, yeah. And the problem with this board is the color. It is disgustingly brownish, and so all these traces just melt right in. Yeah, so we're gonna start cleaning this up, because why the heck not? Maybe. And I have much smaller caps now, so we could do this. So let's try and right some wrongs here. I don't know how many streams I did on this poor board. But I had to clean this up with some alcohol here, because a lot of dust and crap has gotten to this. This was sitting on a little side table for a bit, and so it looks a lot more dirty than it is. There's just a lot of crud and stuff. This has been ultrasonically cleaned a few times. Yeah, there were a lot of damaged traces here, so this was fun to do. These are going to the other side of the board. Yeah, this was so much fun. So much fun. So much fun. Yeah, money the board has taken away from me, more like it. The time and money spent on this board. Let's see here. Yeah. My guess would be, just a guess, my guess with this board would be that there's something wrong with a connection either to the CPU or the ROMs. That's what my guess would be. Just a guess. Also, if there's an equivalent of that egret chip somewhere on here, which I just see where it is now by the new bus, I believe, right there. That looks kind of like it. If I could wiggle it into camera view here. I think that's it. I'm not entirely sure. It has the same shape, so I'm guessing. I would suspect that, but who knows. But don't worry, we're going to right the wrongs of this board. We're going to try to. I have no belief that this will work, but, I mean, it is a problem board of mine. I'm doing problem boards for customers, so might as well do one for me, huh? How about that? So I'm going to just take a second here and adjust this camera because the microscope cannot get close enough because this camera's mount is sort of just hanging in the way here. So let me just move these things over. Easier to do that when I'm standing up here. There we go. Let's adjust this more so I can actually... There we go. Okay, I can actually see it without hurting my neck, which is good because I kind of injured myself playing with my nieces and nephews, and that was not fun. Well, playing with them was fun. Injuring myself was not. They're getting heavier, and I lifted one up, and instant back hurts. Ooh, yeah, this is... Ooh. Yeah, I don't think I've ever removed any chips from this board. So, yeah. Alright, so let's change the name of this. Obviously, we're no longer working on that. We're working on our Quadra 840AV, which I would love if this machine would work. But I feel a little bit better knowing that Bruce has problems with his board too. So, he was a pretty big kid. Well, old. I'm not saying he's a big kid. I'm just saying he's a little too old for me to be picking him up. Let's just say that. All right. So, oh, is that a solder bridge there, or we just have gunk under this chip? Well, let's take the darn thing off because I was not. I think the last time I touched this board, and look, we have some gunk there, I was not adventurous enough to take the chips off. Well, we're going to change now. This changes now. We are now strong enough to take the chips off. Yeah. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all the caps off. Well, the caps that I think have to come off, especially when the power connector that look with their weird things and whatever. And you guys asked for it. Yeah, you did. Well, some of you did. And those of you who didn't ask for it, well, I'm sorry, but this is what we're doing now. Oh, thank you very much, Justin. The sympathy super chats have started to come in. Eep, thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Check out Justin's channel, by the way. Justin, please put in a link. If you still have the ability to do so, if not, let me know. Please put in a link there to your channel. Excellent stuff. Let's see if I could lift this without destroying things, huh? It would help if I had a good grip on the capacitor with the tweezers. I know it's not exactly the best way to do that, but anyways. Yeah, we're gonna deeply inspect each and every one of these darn capacitor pads because it's almost impossible to see. And we're gonna be here for the next 20 hours. Oh, look at that pad go. Whee! And that might not even be making a connection. So who knows? Look at that. That might not even be making a connection. Wouldn't it be funny if that was the problem all along? Well, let's see how we could do here. Alright, so that seems to be still making a connection here. There's still old flux from the first time I touched this board, and this buddy is barely hanging on there. Oof. So I'm gonna plop a little ball of solder there just to keep that on there, hopefully. I think it's past 24 hours or something like that. Because I know. Of course I know. There. That's a little more stable. Yeah, let's get this little chip off here. Just because I feel like it. I'm just very curious. Let's rearrange my tools here. So I can safely operate them without worrying about melting things. Oops. Like I almost did there. Oops. And it would help if they're plugged in. All right. Bad idea, this is a 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 bad idea. Let's do it. Well, there's some crud under there. And look at all these baby little solder balls. Whee! So we're going to have to take the chip off next to it too, because we don't want to make it feel left out. And we should... There's that plastic thing right there. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Hold on. We need some of our friendly tape, which I think I just shoved in here. Well, the solder balls is, you know, the old solder just hanging around and whatever is part of it, but also me heating up new solder and shoving a lot of heat around does not help. So those solder balls, you know, are sort of there, but I don't know where I'm going with this, sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, who am I? Who am I? Oh, Jackie Chan. Alright, so, let's see. Why isn't this... Oh, I see. It's sort of like a weird... It's a weird PCI card bezel thingy-majig-bobber. Close enough. Hey, Christopher, what's up? We are now onto our cursed 840AV board because I don't value my life anymore, or my time, apparently. Did I put flux on that? I don't know if I put flux on that. I'll just lay the tools on the ground for a little bit. Ooh, saw a little bit of a spark there. That was neat. A little bit of a fire. I don't know if you saw that. That was fun. Yeah, that was right here. Went. So who knows? Maybe there was no pad there. I have no clue. I cleaned up and see. Could this be the magical night of the 840AV? Who knows? Alright, I'm going to compare these chips real quick, just so I don't confuse them. And I just did. I just did. Well, we have our video footage to tell us what was what. Don't we? Don't we? Maybe... They seem to be similar. Let's see if they're the same. What a show! I tell you, that Mac84 doesn't always fix something, but when he does, he puts on a show. Hard to read the letters. TIF340BS SN75175. Okay. Same thing. Okay, cool. So these are the same, so we don't have to worry about mixing them up. Yay! Yeah, the bottom of the pin ignited briefly, and we're going to take a look at that. It was this guy right here. That's what ignited. Very briefly. It went bzzz. So who knows? So I'm going to put those chips to the side. We're going to clean up the pads, then we'll clean up the chips. I mean, they're right next to what I believe this is that, the CUDA or the egret or whatever chip that they named it. This is, from what I understand, is very, very important in the machine starting up. And with all this stuff close to here, anything that's sad, well, that's probably bad. So, if it's sad, it's bad. Boom! Be here all night, folks. And so, we're going to try and just clean this up, this general area. Fire bad! And see if we can make this a little bit happier. I'm not saying it'll work. No, just a little bit happier. Just a wee bit. All right, so I'm just going to get a big solder ball on our iron here. I'm just going to try and clean up that pad. Maybe, yeah, that's really gnarly. A lot of these are. And who knows, that could have been part of a problem. A chip simply not making a good connection. Definitely have enough crud in this area that we want to clean up. And this is after multiple ultrasonic cleans. Yeah, that's right. Alright, so let's clean this up a little bit. I mean, I am very determined to try and get this machine to work again. I paid all of $5 for it, so I was back in the early 2000s, and it worked great. So something between then and now, involving these capacitors, has made it very sad. And I have to adjust the focus here because I'm going blind. Yeah, close enough. All right. Oof, that pad, I lost it. Darn it, you darn stupid Steven, you dumb man. Why are you so dumb? Why are you so dumb? Why are you so dumb? Why did you do the dumb stupid thing? Oh wait, you can't see it because my head's in the way, so I'm just going to put it back and nothing happened, it's fine. It's totally fine. Totally fine. I didn't break it at all. Please, pads are the least of my concern here. Absolute least of my concern. Yeah, but we could fix that up just real good, right? He says cautiously. Are you just making it worse, Steven? Maybe. This is why I shouldn't have brought out this board. I mean, it's not my fault. Anybody who encouraged me to mess with this board, it's clearly your fault. I mean, clearly. Come on, stick there. Duh. No, I do not know a source for those PowerBook ports for the old G3s and anything before the iBook G3 dual USB. I do not. I wish I did. Hey, there we go. That should stay. Maybe. Hopefully. Who knows? Oh, nice. I love those little Griffin iMates. And they make modern ones too. But those are fun little adapters. Alright, where was I? I was cleaning up this. And let's make sure we don't screw up that pad again. Because that's not going to be forgiving, I don't think. Alright, so let's get some of the old solder off of here and just try and clean some of this up. And Bruce is just shaking his head going, there's no way I'm going to stream now because Steve is going to be at this for the next 25, 35, 45 hours. And he'd be right. I see a bad trace. How about that? I actually like finding bad traces, especially on this board. Because then that gives me something to look for and toy with. Who sees the bad trace? Because I see it. Who sees the bad trace? It's right here. Potentially. It's black. It's not as colorful as it should be. Let's see if there's copper in there. I don't think so. Let's see. Nope, that still might be connected. It's hard to tell. Well, yeah, I think that's still connected. Darn it, I got excited. We'll test it with the multimeter, just to be safe. And also, you know, right between these pads and these little parts, sometimes that goes bad, so we could test that. A lot of things to carefully examine on a board like this that's giving us so many problems. You got your computer back. Yay! 3 spots over. Well, let's take a lookie. Let's just see this really quick. Yeah, that's fine. 3 spots over. This one here? Which one are we referring to, Justin? I'm going to test all of them. Where's this one go? One goes somewhere. I don't know. But forget how zoomed in I am until I start looking at things. The 2SI, a good vintage computer owned. Yes, the Macintosh 2SI is great. It only has 1 expansion slot, and it is a PDS slot. So if you want to put a NuBus card in there, you have to get an adapter. Apple made it those adapters, and other companies did too. But excellent Macintosh 2, I'd say. As long as you don't need too much expandability, it's a great little machine to have. The cat is now watching the stream and seems to like. Oh, well, thank you, Andrew. Give your cat a big pet for me. Are you ever worried a bad through hole? Yes. There's probably tons of bad through holes on here, and I will never know why. or how, or, you know, reasons. Alright, so let's clean those chips off, and I guess we could slap them back on there, because I don't think there's a problem right there. Oop. This board is so huge, we're going to lift it off the board for a second. Off the thing, you know what I mean. The thing. Very descriptive. We are very descriptive today. So I'm going to take this chip and we're just going to run the soldering iron gently through the legs. So any gunk, with some flux of course, but any weird gunk and crap should hopefully remove itself. Be very careful, especially with this leg here. Bunch of junk on that one. Hold on, let's turn this over here. Oh, come on. No, unfortunately, Brian, the portable, which looked amazing, by the way, you know, the logic board looked all pretty and everything, it did not make a difference from being ultrasonic cleaned. Actually, it made it worse. It doesn't boot anymore. So I don't know if something got loose or what. That's going to be a whole other stream we're going to have to focus on. But I'm quite disappointed on that. I thought, look, I'm going to ultrasonically clean this. It's going to work great. I'm going to be excited. And no, that's not the case. But there's a lot more stuff to try. Just did not go ahead and continue with that because I knew I had to go ahead and stick to the subject of this stream. But I do hope I can get that machine to work. My goodness, what a neat little machine that would be, just to like sit down and write scripts on or whatever. I mean, I do have a working battery for it. I paid for a battery for it. So I'd love to get that thing working. See if there's any gunk. Yeah, there's a whole mess of gunk. Raw that is bubbling. Well, see, that's the thing. There's a lot of debate over if it needs a battery or whatever. Now, I do have a working battery, and that battery has been working fine. And the battery was basically fully charged. It's a new one, too. It's from eBay, a guy who makes new ones. And I have the power adapter and everything, and it's something's going wrong with it. So, I don't know if it's just not getting enough power, or a capacitor just isn't in the right spot, or what's going on with it, but we'll have to continue playing around with that because I would love to get that working. It was one of my sought-after Macs that I did not have. Had the opportunity to get one ages ago for a very good price, and for whatever reason, I passed on it, and I regretted that. It was not a backlit one, but it was one of the ones I said, you know what, it'll be great. It was nice if we have one of those. You know, I didn't even know what it was at first. But yeah. I mean, yeah, it's just how some of these machines were designed. Some of them need a battery, some don't. It's as simple as that. Just the way the circuitry is, the way it was engineered, so on and so forth. I think that chip is good to go. We're going to put that to the side. We'll clean that in a little bit. And get to this guy here. Can't believe I'm working on this machine again. I know I promised after one of the Mac hacks, yeah, let's take a look at the 840AV. Because I forgot I had a schematic for it, and I bluffed, and I told Kai, hey, if you have a schematic for it, let's do it. I'll take a look. And then he sent it to me. I'm like, oh, I have this already. Pooh. So anybody out there lucky enough to have an 840AV, I'm jealous. I am jealous. There's a lot of crud on this pin. Get back to that in a second. Here's the pin that caught on fire. Very briefly. Probably just a lot of gunk and cap juice on it. Yeah, it's probably bridging. Who knows? Look at all this crap between these two pins. Would not surprise me if that was causing an issue. I just realized I don't have my little fan on. Try and unsnake this cable here. Sorry guys, 1 second. Trogdor! Ah. Yeah, someone make the popcorn, please. Hold on. It's always the cables that you don't want to get jammed in the wrong way. Always find themselves jamming in the wrong way. There we go. 660AV, very nice. I have the logic board for that. I thought I had the whole computer. Probably do, I just have no idea where the heck it is. But those are nice. I do like those. I'm gonna get super close on this one. Too close. Look at that. Yuck. Just trying to get like heat on this little leg here, which sometimes helps all the corrosive bits fall off. You see all these little solder balls and junk. I have no idea about your camcorder question. I mean, I would look for similar models and adapters and batteries and whatnot. I mean, that's what I would do. Make sure it's, you know, the right polarity. Very important, obviously. But a lot of companies made different, like, adapters and stuff for camcorders, so... Oh, this is going to fall off. I could feel it. Oh, gosh, that is so weak. Oh, gosh. This is just... This whole board... I'm gonna be super delicate. I just know this leg is gonna probably fall off. Jeez. Just look at how much gunk is here. Whether it's old flux or solder or whatever the heck it is. Ugh. Hopefully this chip is just one of those that is, you know, fairly standard. I can find a replacement for. I have a bad feeling that leg is just going to fall off. It'd be great if that leg was attached to one of these pads that just didn't go anywhere, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think we're going to be that lucky. Because I do have to clean this. I do have to... You know what? Let me try and put some solder on the other side of it, just to try and keep it from falling apart, maybe? Maybe. Now, which one was it? Pooh. Which one was it? It was the second one. Yeah, I think it's this guy. Yeah, this one. Oh, that is just horrid. Alright, so let's flip you over. Let's try and reinforce it just slightly. I mean, if it snaps off, it snaps off. We'll deal with it then, but... Did that do anything or not? It stuck to my finger. Well, we're going to try and clean it, and it's probably going to fall off, but we tried. We tried. An optional piece. I always love when they are optional pieces. It's great. Usually it's not, though. Usually they're not optional. Very gentle scrubbing. Very gentle. Happy little scrubs. Yeah, the manual of the camcorder, these old camcorders, it might actually tell you like the voltage, like the max and the minimum. A lot of these old things were good. They actually told you a lot of stuff. Today they would never tell you that information. Alright, so let's clean up this guy, see how badly this one is. Yeah, we're gonna give it a little scrub. Try and get all that gunk out from under the legs. We're not going to get all of it out unless we have an ultrasonic cleaner, but I can get most of it out. Get most of it out. Okay. Back to the mistake that is this Quadra 840AV. Bruce! Bruce! Help! Okay, so we're going to try and put these chips back on. And there's a little divot there that tells us, I hope it does, it tells us, so there's a stripe on this chip. I assume the stripe points towards that little divot. And correct me now or forever hold your assumptions. The leg is being held on by hope. That's all it has. Hope. Alright, so the stripe is facing towards a little marker on the logic board. Hopefully, that is where it's supposed to be. My goodness, some of these legs are fun. Alright, so we're gonna just try and do this as carefully as we can. Just get some extra flux all over those. Here we go. Come on. You lousy pliers, you. Steven blames his tools a lot. I sure do. Oh, thank you very much, Christopher. This is why I love my subscribers. They help me out when I am ignorant or too stupid or lazy. Thank you. It is very, very much appreciated, I assure you. Thank you very much, Christopher. You know what, Christopher? Eep! There you go. That eeps for you, buddy. Thank you. This eeps for you. It needs more flux over there. We need more flux. That's right, Jay. He's changing the rules. I don't like it. I don't like it. Wouldn't it be funny if this was the chip that caused the problem and then it was fixed by just doing this? Well, yes, Billy, it would be funny, but that's not going to happen. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like that airplane. It looks like that leg is holding steady. So, yay? Question mark? All right, so let's go to Bruce's page here. We're going to go to recapofmac.com again. I'm going to look up the Quadra 840AV just to make sure that this cap, I can replace it with a value that is the correct one. And why isn't my web browser wanting to work correctly today? Come on, what's going on? Why can't I select things? The keyboard is not... Am I holding in a weird key? No. My goodness, this is strange. Come on, let's try again. Okay, come on. No. Alright, something's wrong with the browser, I think. Let's try another one. I just saw Bruce's reaction to the fire under the chip. Oh, every machine in my house is cursed. I'm convinced of that. All right, that's a 47 microfarad 16 volt capacitor, which is good news because I have plenty of them so far. This is why there's a curse fee for any board that Sean sends me, because it's just inevitable. It's just inevitable. Yeah, these Quadra 840AVs are lovely machines. There is no way I would pay that amount of money for one of these machines with the current amount of money I have in my wallet right now. No, thank you. No, thank you. Alright, so we're just going to make sure that this capacitor is in the right orientation. We're going to be extra super careful placing it, because this is the pad that went bye-bye. But I think it's still making a connection, so we're gonna chance it. And this board is so large, I just keep having to move the microscope. Sorry for the squeak. All over the place. Sorry for the squeak, guys. Sorry. You find it? Yeah, Chris, if you find any Quadra at your e-waste events, any, I mean, you have my phone number. Just call me. I don't care what I'm doing. I mean, that goes for any cool Macintosh stuff you see. It's ah, poo. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Nope. Ooh, a pet. I mean, they're nice machines. I don't know what the heck you could do with them, but I guess that's, if you're into those, it's neat. Probably just gonna have to run a little wire. Wouldn't that be funny if that just made a connection and I wouldn't have to touch it ever again? Yes, if you see something with a colorful Apple logo on it, let me or Bruce know. That is an excellent, excellent thing. You're just going to see blank here for a bit because I'm going to be turning this on its side, be probing it with my multimeter to make sure I don't have to do that stupid thing again. It can run the Pesky Robots game. It can. Is that about all I could do? No, I'm joking. Alright, so beep. Ah. So let's see, where exactly is this? About there? All right. Son of a gun. It's still making a connection. I think. Or is it just that the capacitor is allowing it to? Well, I'm going to say it's okay. I'm going to say it's okay. In fact, I could test. All right, so where's that little guy? Is right under there. Okay, so let's test that. Right next to that point there. We are still going all right. Yeah, I was just checking that one connection there. I feel a little bit better of how that is, but there can be a billion things wrong with this board, and I wouldn't know. Just double check my work here. And we have the multimeter on. Let's not pull a Bruce here. Let's figure this out. Hey, Dan, how's it going? I'm sorry, that was a poor imitation. For the best burps, check out the Canadian Computer Collector, because I can't compete with that kind of talent. And we will click on Dan's username to give that handsome gentleman the ability to post links. And Dan, can you please spam the heck out of, well, by spam I mean one link. Can you please provide one fancy link to your YouTube channel so everybody knows where to find you? As if they don't already. I mean, you're the only Canadian computer collector I know of on YouTube. But Dan is a fantastic person. We are working on a project, let's say, together. It's gonna be fun. So check out his channel. Ooh, is this not going anywhere? Come on. Oh, it is. Okay, good. Alrighty. You're too good to me. Well, you have the name of one of my brothers, so I feel like I'm legally required to be good to you, Dan. Otherwise, I'm not being good to the family. Alright, so that appears to be in too, although, oh, that is highly suspect. Hey! I think that's there's some solder under there, maybe. I don't know, to be honest. I kind of don't want to keep poking at it and break it, so we do see some solder balls, so that's always fun. Well, anyway. My goodness, let's look at all the potential problems with this board. All these legs appear to be okay. Sorry, Bruce, for breaking my knuckles. I know you hate that. Alright, let's go to another problem area on the board, which I am ashamed to have. This is a shame board. My goodness, look at all this shame. Shame, shame, shame on you. Ugh. Well, I mean, it's not the prettiest Quadra 840AV board I've seen under a microscope, but it's the only Quadra 840AV board I've seen under a microscope. Huh? You'll get it later. So what I'm going to do is clean this up. What time is it? It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm still going on this because why not? Question mark? Snip. So all of these problematic capacitors are just going to be auctioned off one day when I'm famous. Here's a capacitor that's just hanging around. I will do a image writer stream. Somebody asked me last stream, hey, or the stream before that, you're going to print out a new banner, because every time I reach a milestone on YouTube, I like to print out a new banner which hangs behind my desk, and I have not had the chance to do so. But I want to do it. I want to do that. I think that'll be fun. And of course, you know, the people that don't like the image writer, well, you don't have to come. But I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. So yes, that capacitor was suspended in air. It was doing a little trapeze act. And that's just because of why. It was just doing it. It was just doing it. We don't have to ask why. It was just having fun being a capacitor. Just making sure things are actually supposed to, making a connection where they're supposed to. And I have absolutely no room on this desk to turn this board in the way I want to. Oh, my goodness. Well, there's a lot of crud there. We don't want that. There we go. That's a little bit better, I'd say. So what did you miss? Well, we're now on to the Quadra 840AV board. I don't know how long ago you moved on from the stream, but we are just tidying up another area with capacitors that I am fixing because I did not trust what I did when I did it all those years ago. Or all those months ago. Who knows? I don't remember. What is this? An Inquisition? Yeah, I will just say this of Mr. Polka Dots. My good friend Ken of the Computer Clan on the YouTubes is very good at handling information about scams. And Mr. Polka Dots is going to be featured on such an episode. And as he should be. As he should be. Alright, so let's confirm the capacitor value of this bad boy here. That is a 4716. Excellent. That's what we're going to put there. I mean, those Apple II cards are rare, but I've seen people buy Macintosh LCs for like under $100. And it just has the cards sitting in there. I mean, they're not easy to find, but if you look hard enough, they are out there. That is not straight, but we will try and fix that a little bit. That's close enough. It's my board after all, and if this thing actually works, then I go back and tidy things up. Oopsie. going to test the continuity of that. Yeah, that's exactly what I was mentioning. Mr. Fahrenheit was pointing out some of the ones that he just found. So, really good. Bohemia Polka. Hey, Adam, how's it going? Yeah, they do make the Y cables. Ron of Ron's computer videos did a little bit of a thing for Kansas Fest where he mentioned where you could get one of those cables made. Look at this little solder ball, yoink! So definitely check that out. I do not have one of those cables, and I will likely need one of them made. I mean, I do have the card. The card works great. I think I paid about $70 for that card. It was listed as untested. I took the chance. It worked fine. There are 2 caps on that card, so I replaced them, but... Alright, so let's get our multimeter out here. Where did I put it? Here it is. Yeah, and what's tricky, this board has a lot of capacitors that just like, they'll have continuity on both sides between them. And it gets confusing, but Bruce helped me because he had an AV, Quadra 840AV that was being repaired, and he helped me figure out what was what. What was what? Let's try and clean this up a little bit. Ooh! 2C Plus. I always wanted one of those as well. Very nice purchase there, Adam. Yes, didn't you do a trade with Mr. Polka Dots there, Adam? Was that how that worked out? I forget the details. Not that everybody has to know, I'm just curious. That chip looks okay. Maybe? I mean, there was some crud I just wiped away. Huh. Time to stand up. No, I'm busy. You exercise later, Mr. Watch. I am doing a live stream. Oh, yeah, that capacitor is, I mean, it looks weird, but it does have continuity, so I remember testing that. Just checking out all the pins. They're not touching. Bruce is probably asleep from boredom. You know, the usual. The usual. Oof. All right. I'm going for 2 hours and 30 minutes here. My goodness. That's a big capacitor. Why did I put that big capacitor? Oh. Did I put some UV solder mask under that or what? Why is that so large and bulgy? This guy. Ooh. I'm sort of going to look just around where the capacitors are to see if I spot any leakage. That is sort of the mode I'm in now. Like, look at these vias. That concerns me. Gonna make sure everything's still making a connection. I guess it's okay. I mean, this thing has had a lot done to it, so who knows what originated with what and what happened with who's it. Alright. I'm gonna skip on past this train wreck. Yes, I know. Yeah, a wee bit of a solder ball there just hanging out. We're gonna get rid of that. Yeah, that 6500 you got was pretty neat, Dan. Hey, look, it says G4. G4 processor in it. This has been Stupid Jokes with Steven of Mac84. Yeah, I know this looks all ugly. I know. But technically, they're touching where they should. Oh, help me. Oh, do I see some solder balls? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What are you doing there? What are you hiding over there for? Come out. Come out from that digital signal processor, you. Come on. Oh, you're being a little bad boy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get the hell out of there. Ah. This thing's been ultrasonically cleaned more times than any other board that I own. I'm still finding little pieces of crud between them legs. Somebody had those zip bezels for the 6500 because I bought one like not too long ago on eBay. I think it was like $25 or something. It might not have been a zip bezel. Maybe it was like an optical tape bezel or something. But anyway, it was a bezel. Oh, look at that. We have another little present here. Very hard to tell if these are solder balls or they're just like little flakes of, yeah, I mean that stuff, there's definitely solder hanging out between these legs, which is not ideal, and I've ultrasonically cleaned this board more times than I could count. And just look. Oh, come on, just get out of there. Still can't get that out. My goodness. What type of a G3 tower, sir? The beige ones or the blue and white ones? That's a lot of crud. Where's my toothbrush? There it is. The blue and white tower. You see, I have like parts for one, but that doesn't really help you, especially with shipping. My goodness, that would cost an arm and a leg. think Jay has one. Don't you have a spare one of those, Jay? I mean, again, shipping will cost you insane amounts, but I think Jay also hoards them, which is not a bad idea because he loves those machines. They are fantastic. As long as you don't have the one with the weird ATA issue. And look at that, another freaking solder ball hanging around here. I mean, I don't think they're hurting anything because they're just like hanging, but you never know if they're going to touch something and make something unhappy. And like that. Ugh. My goodness. Alright, well, enough looking at that chip. It's just going to make me sad. Let's look at another sad area. Speaking of sad. See how I transitioned there? Gracefully. Alright, so let's get the alcohol over here and try and clean this up a little bit. There's a lot of dust bunnies and junk that was just floating around the basement, and this board was left uncovered because I'm an idiot. And so there's a lot of dust and crud on this board. So yeah, there was a busted trace here that I connected here to here, and that's for the memory. So that was kind of important. Good to do that, I suppose. This is a ROM sim slot, which is not here, but I guess I could solder one in, and boy, would that be cool to maybe, hopefully, bypass some potential ROM problems. Who knows? And we have this lovely fun here, so this goes here. This guy goes here, but who knows if this is actually making a connection through there. I think I tested it before, but... Oh my. Why was that not held down? Well, it probably was. And then I done banged it or something. So let's clean up that area a little bit. Then I'm going to put some UV solder mask on there just to hold that down. Because if it's not clean, that UV solder mask is not going to hold. This is going to be fun, I can tell. Is that a broken trace? Now I did test to see if this processor does work on my Quadra 800. The answer is yes, it does. Let's see, I have to move this like up here. Fun times. Oh, my neck is starting to bother me. This is not fun. Not fun at all. But this is what I subject myself to for your entertainment. And I need to stand up for a second. Oh boy. So let's see where I put that UV solder mask. Where did it go? Somewhere. Here it is. Ah, no. The cubes, well, most of the cubes. One of the cubes works. Let's not jinx it. Alright, let's try and do this in a civilized way, huh? Oh, that's not what I wanted, but sure. That might just be crazy enough to work. Maybe. Maybe. This'll come back to haunt me. There we go. Get that out of the way. I just want a little bit of this UV solder mask just to coat that wire to give it a little strength. The rest I do not need here. I could chip away at it afterwards. Of course it looks horrible because this board is brown and not green for some reason. You did, Adam. That is amazing. I have not done that with my shirt yet. But, oh, that's great. What the hell is a Performa? Nick, if you don't know why it's purple at this point, I'm sorry, but you have enough watch hours to, hopefully understand. I know I'm destroying that, but I didn't want that there exactly. It needs to be like that. Oh, it looks ugly, but who cares if it works? Beer goes is a beach umbrella. I just want to make sure this doesn't really wobble anywhere, because this wire is too long and all that fun stuff. Yeah, doing it under the retro bright lamps will sure do it. I only have this little UV pen, so that's what I'm using now. And I do have the power supply and everything, so at the end of my shenanigans here, we will try and boot it up, just to see. Just for funsies. Don't need that extra piece there, thank you. Let's just test some of these pros of the multimeter. Pew pew! Make sure this is actually going where it's supposed to. That spot there. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's right. This line is supposed to go to this via, and it doesn't. That's why I had to do the bodge wire here. No, go out of the way. So I want to make sure that this is making a connection. I think it is. Oh, this board's just a mess. No, I don't think that's making a connection either. Cool. Well, it was at some point. It ain't now. And it's just too long to bridge with some solder. Great. That's right. I love doing little wires. Yay. 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 Oh, this is going to be fun. You darn tweezers. What did I drop? Oh, I dropped the cap to the thing. Oh, this is in a weird spot. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh boy. Good night, Trina. Thanks for stepping by. Better off just using the scalpel because this tweezer is basically doing nothing. I'm gonna have to purchase a new set right after this stream. That's right, the scalpel sticks to the solder. That ain't good. This has been soldering with dumb tools. I can't even make jokes anymore because I'm dumb. I can't think. Alright, that may do it. Hold on. Hold on. Let's take a look here. Right, and then this there. Alright, so this is going from here to here, as it should. And this guy is connected through here. And that bodge wire goes to the other side. Okay, so that might be making it happy. Not sure. Not sure. to do is, just because we have these wires, I know there's still some of that insulation on them. I am going to just put a little bit of solder mask on them. I would feel better knowing that they are not touching. That was way too much. Oh, jeez. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, maybe I do. Sure, let's just... Yeah, no, that's going to be a pain. If I ever have to fix this, and let's face it, folks, this is probably going to need to be fixed. That's bad. Do not want. Do not want. Do not want. Undo! Undo! Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I wish life had undo buttons. That'd be awesome. It'd be awesome. I could undo me not fixing this board back in like 2000 whatever. Alright, where the heck did I put there it is. The laser. Oh boy, that was a good pop in my neck. It's just amazing to me that I'm still finding, well, very minor things. I mean, that was probably, what, the second trace I found that was bad on this board, or potentially bad. But it just goes to show you. Looked at this for how many hours on live streams before? I mean, the first couple of times I don't even think I had a microscope. So that was definitely to my disadvantage. But... let's see if I can put a little dab between these. I know it's probably not going to make a connection. I just would feel better if I knew for sure. My goodness, I am so zoomed in here. It is insane. Alright, that should be good enough, hopefully. Turn the lights down low. So we've got 40 people watching. I had 60 earlier. I assume I am boring everybody to tears with this 840AV, and for that I apologize. But I am oh so curious if we could get this darn thing to have any other signs of life than just the power light coming on and no noise and nothing else. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yes, the LC has been fixed. That's why we moved on to another project. The LC is booted up happily. And so Mike can rest easy knowing another one of his beige machines has been saved. Yay! Alright, we're going to ignore all the hair and fuzz on the board because, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that had a few breaks in it, so that is fixing that trace. And let's just see if that's going... Oh, that's going under there. Okay. I mean, I am sure there are more bad traces on this board. Here's a piece of hay. No, my 2CXs still all have problems, unfortunately. So that is maddening. I'd love to fix up the 2CX and have my dad come over and say, look, it's fixed. A wee piece of hay. It's going to get to that point sometime, Adam. It's going to get there. I'm sure there's like a rotted via or something that I just can't see. Alright, so we're going to move over to this area. I did some more repairs in this area ages ago. It's not a bad repair if I do say so myself. I got all squiggly and hairy at the end. Oh boy. Oof, this looks disgusting. Well, we're going to clean the heck out of this. Welcome to Mac84 and the Rotten Vias. We're here all night. Boo! Guess it's not exactly the band name you would want. Maybe it would be. Who knows? CK3492XX21UC. It's the serial number of this board. Alright, let's take a look. At the other side. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's... Yeah, there's a lot of fun things on this side too. Well, let's turn it on. What's the worst that can happen? Nothing. That's the worst that can happen. Oh, thank you very much, Adam. Eep. There you go. Eep. Thank you very much, Adam, for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. Up to an all-night stream. Well, I don't know if I can go that long. I do have work tomorrow. But let's see. I'm gonna waddle over there. I'm gonna bring out the case. Oh, there go my knees. And actually, yeah, let me move some of this stuff so I can put the case here. It'd be much easier for me to test some of this stuff in this box. This is how I lose things. Where'd all that stuff go? In the box, you idiot. Sorry if you saw my butt there for a minute. That was not intentional, I assure you. Alright, how can we do this here? Let's take this off of here. Let's take this out here. And let's move this whole thing. Barely gives me enough room. Perfect. I'm staying up for a while. Oh boy. Now where the heck is the power supply? Well, that's frustrating. Where's the power supply? Oh, now I know why I hate testing this darn machine. Everything has a problem. When it comes to test this machine, it's not fun. Hold on. I'll be right back. Now it does share a similar power supply to the 800, but it has a different cable. And in my mind, I just saw it around here, so just... it's gonna drive me crazy. I think we could find it, folks, if... I just try and retrace where the heck I think I saw it. It's melty now. That's not fun, Adam. That's very sad. I'm going to look on this side over here. Entertain yourselves for a few moments, folks. I'm sorry. This happens more often than I would like, but it happens. I found it. He was around here somewhere. This big old boy. I think this is it. Yeah, sure, why not? Says like that, and this comes up. Yeah, this has to be it. Alright, so we're not going to put it back in the case, but I brought the case over because I thought the power supply was in there. So I have to do a balancing act with some of these stupid floating capacitors that I installed, but that's my own fault. And we're gonna shove the power connector in there, move the microscope out of the way just a wee bit. Let's move the fan out of the way. Be a whole lot of prep for a whole lot of nothing. I could tell you that already. There's no room on the desk with this massive power supply. My goodness. Everything's just wobbling around here. Okay, let's try and make some sense out of this. Oh, That's nice, Adam. That's really cool. All right, so I am going to grab that keyboard I had here. And you know what? I have some new tools. I have a floppy MU, so I could plug that in right to the board and see if the floppy drive is getting power. I mean, that's something I couldn't do before. Well, no, I tested the power supply with the 800, and it worked fine. So both the processor of the computer and the power supply are known to be working. So I've tested them on other machines. So I've got that going for me at least. And we'll get the camera in a better angle in a second. I'm just plugging things into the board. We do need a speaker. I guess I could steal the speaker from the Macintosh portable. It's not going to mind. Oh, yeah. You're all Macs. You should all be friends. Alright. We have this little LED here. So let's see if we can point this camera down enough. Kind of, maybe. Alright. So here's an LED. That's going to turn on because it does. It always does. I don't expect anything else to happen. There is no memory, no RAM, no video RAM or anything in here. I did have a PRAM battery. Let's just test that here. I think this is one of the ones that has a charge. Yep, 3.6 volts. So we're going to shove that in there. Turn our soldering iron off for a while because we don't need that. Alright, so let's get ourselves situated here. So, got the camera. Can we get this in a better spot maybe? Yeah, move that a little bit. Alright, so let's bring this over. Do it under here. It doesn't matter. Let's just do that there. Okay, so everybody could kind of get a clear view of what's going on here, maybe. All right. So this is the power LED that should go on. We have the power switch here, right here. My finger is, and we just have to apply power to this and see if it's gonna actually power on. So I have to actually, unfortunately, borrow the power cable from my soldering iron. Let me fish that through here. Alright folks, here we go. Floppy MU gets power. Interesting. No chime or anything. And the floppy MU is not advancing, I don't think. No, it's just idle. But the floppy MU is getting power. The board is getting power. Processor is getting warm. And this is exactly what has happened every single time we try and mess around with this machine. Every single time. Yeah, it seems to be dead, Mike. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. I mean, soft power works. The thing turns on. I really don't know what to scope or where to scope, to be honest with you. There's so many potential things on this board. I mean, it should make sad noises, I would assume. There is some, I forget if it's video memory or regular memory. I think, yeah, there's video memory built on, because I see that there. But even with no RAM, it should just make some noises or something. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't think... yep, see you later, Dan. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Hey! Yeah, I guess I could stick some RAM in it, but I don't think that's going to make a difference. Yeah, I've tried plugging audio in before, but Haven't done it in a while, to be totally honest. Let's see. This video memory? Yeah, I think that's video memory. That's not gonna fit in there. I had a little drawer with memory from this computer, but it's been so long that I wouldn't be surprised if I mixed it all up. Yeah, this is all. Oh, here's 8 megabytes. How about that? Here we go. It's probably gonna want stuff in pairs. So we have 2 8 megabyte modules here, a whopping 16 megabytes of memory. Yeah, I'll plug a screen in. Hold on. Let's unplug the power supply first. Which is which? We have. Okay, so these are first 2 banks. Now I do have a VGA screen. I do not have what is the wire? I do not have like the CRT here. That would take ages. But I do have, you know, one of these DB15 to VGA adapters. That goes right to the video scaler. That should give us something. Let me turn on the monitor here. Make sure it's on the right input. Turn the scaler on. Make sure that is actually getting a signal from there. I think, hopefully, maybe. And guess we'll try again. Oh, it helps if the power supply is plugged in. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I think I plugged in a floppy drive before and it made the noise, but yeah. Well, let's try it again. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not seeing. The floppy MU has power. If I go to like utilities and go to like not the utilities rather. Let me go back. If I select like a boot disk, like there's no activity of it seeking. The processor gets really warm. Like it's uncomfortable to put my fingers on it. It does not seem to be responding to restarting. Just see something here. No, Bruce. I sincerely wish it was. I don't know, I'm just trying everything. Send the PRAM, yelling at it, cursing at it. LED light is on. We got a fresh PRAM battery in there. We have a monitor hooked up. Not, you know, an Apple monitor, but a monitor. Pretty. Does an LC2 need a battery to turn over? Yes, William. You will need a battery on an LC or an LC2 or I think even an LC3 to get video in a proper chime. I think. I mean, Bruce is here. He could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe those are 2 of the problematic models that require an LC, a battery to be happy. So. Yeah, I don't. I mean. Yeah, I mean, there could be so many things wrong with this thing. And I'm just like. Work, please. Yeah, I mean, this thing has been the ultrasonic cleaner so many times. Some of the chips have lost most of their markings. This poor AT&T chip is one of them. I'll take the PRAM battery out just for the heck of it. Not much of a difference there. Does it have a bad trace? Who knows? I've been trying to find that out, but I mean, it just gets warm. My guess would be, absolute guess, will be, so the ROM I believe is here. It says ROM, and then there are these two big chips here. I'm going to assume these are the ROMs. I have no idea what the heck these are. I'm going to assume these two are the ROMs, maybe, I don't know. I'm assuming the boot process, it's trying to start up, but there's something, obviously, this is very vague, there's something preventing it from doing so. Whether it's the ROM, it can't read it, there's a short somewhere along there, whether there's a short to the processor, and that explains why it's getting warm. Yeah. Well, see, yeah, there is no VRAM memory installed, because the VRAM has these chips here. So these are video memory chips. So even without this, we should get a picture, theoretically. I'm not going to just pull these on and off. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of chips on the back of the board. I did take a look at some of those. Let's remove this cable. This is a fun one to remove. It's even harder to remove from the logic board, so I'm just removing the cable from the power supply itself. In fact, I'm going to put a label on this power supply right now because it looks so much like just a generic power supply. Where's my tape? Here it is. Let's put a label on here. It says Quadra 840AV. There we go. And we got a marker. There. But board's getting power, not getting to the point where it can even start post. So you know the CPU works. It says ROM or RAM. Yeah, so the processor works on another board. Whether the processor socket on here works is another story. But yes, Brian, that is exactly correct. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try taking the RAM modules out and putting them the other way? Sure. Why the heck not? Of course, I just took the power supply out. But... And I'm sure the service manual tells you something or other. I don't know. It's been a long time since I looked at that. Probably would help me, but... The fan spins. On the power supply, that is. Through-hole damage. Ooh, Canadian grill. That is rough. That is rough. I do not know if this machine has built-in memory. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't think it does. I mean, if you guys want to look it up for me, cool. I don't think it does, but that doesn't mean it. That doesn't mean it's true or not. Yeah. Let me see something if I like put pressure on the CPU if anything happens. Well, the CPU went down slightly. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. All right, let it go. Quadra 840AV, that is correct. See, this is where I could use one of those things that Bruce has that shows you where the heat is on the board. But I think those are pretty expensive. Let's see. Anything else getting warm? No. Everything is cold except for the processor. The processor is getting alarmingly warm. Well, this AT&T thing is also getting warm. Let's turn it on again. The VLSI chips are not getting warm. The SCSI controller is cold. This CPU worked on a known good board, so I know that the CPU is okay. Yeah, the AT&T chip is getting warm. The VLSI chips are getting warm. Yeah, the LED is lit and the power supply fan runs, but the power supply fan is the power supply fan. Yeah, the CPU is very hot to the touch. Let's take a look at the bottom of the board again. I'm not yet giving up on this. Not just yet. Not just yet. Well, I tried a battery, and it did not seem to make a difference. This is a Quadra 840AV. Hey, GT. Nope, power supply has been tested in a known good machine, and I've used the Quadra 800 power supply on this before. So basically, I have a Quadra 800 that works great. And I've swapped out a lot of the parts, like the power supply and the processor, and confirmed that the power supply and the processor work independently, which is fantastic to know, but does not immediately solve the problem at hand. So let me put these tools to the side here. Well, the fan is the power supply fan, so I mean, I could put VRAM in here. I have, I think this is video memory, but there is built-in video memory. So where is it? Did I lose it? For years, it was sitting in this drawer, and then I moved it. I had like 4 matching of these things. Yeah, I don't know if these are video memory or not. I mean, the thing has built-in video memory. I think you guys can confirm that for me. And I've tried with NuBus video cards. I mean, I'll grab one just for funsies. But I'm going to take a look at the bottom of the board real quick, because there's a lot going on the bottom of this board. He's more machine now than man, twisted and evil. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird caps. That's my own fault, but everything's making a connection, so it shouldn't be a problem. And yeah, the blue tape here is because I had to do some bodge wires. Let's take a look at some of these. Is that a break? That would be hilarious. I could try that, Brian. Yeah, I haven't really tested the voltages, but let's see. Did I bend the tip of this? Yeah, slightly. Just slightly. Oh yeah, I kind of met David Pogue. He was in line at the Apple Store when the MacBooks came out, the first Intel MacBooks, and he showed them off. I took his picture. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, this board has seen some stuff, man. I mean, I love this machine. That's why I've spent so much time trying to get it to work. Yeah, I've seen the service manual. I mean, the problem with the service manual is that it assumes all the parts are working. All the chips are okay and all that fun stuff. So, not to discount it, but what I'm going to do is focus my attention to the bottom of the board where these chips are. So I make sure nothing is out of the ordinary. Everything's making a connection, etc. I wish I had a spare logic board. My goodness, just the logic board alone will be a few $100s on eBay, I'm sure. Crazy peoples. Crazy peoples on eBay. I mean, this thing worked when it worked. And this thing has been the ultrasonic for so long. I mean, a lot of the labels have faded from the chips, unfortunately. I know it's just a cosmetic thing, but it would be nice if they were there. I don't believe I saw any, but we'll check again. Let me take out this power cable here. Oh, I've spent days on this probably. Yes, CRT televisions. Those will give you a zap if you're not careful. Making sure all the legs are touching, that there's no bad stuff going on. See some gunk, but nothing conductive. Now, there are some other bodge wires here. Where's my scalpel? See you, Neil. Thank you very much for stopping by. This trace just might be horrid. I don't know. Let's see. Where does this go? This goes way all the way down here. Alright, so. Let's just take a poke here. Just curious. So I'm going to put our multimeter right there. And follow this all the way back up here. My goodness, it actually makes a connection. Meet the polka dots. Meet the polka dots. Another bodge wire. Making a connection. This guy was a lot of fun. So much fun that I'm not going to touch it again. Because that was fun to do. Put this little resistor guy on and pray that it worked. In fact, I'm putting a piece of tape on that. So I can't possibly screw that up again. Because I know... Where the heck did the tape go? I know the last time I did that, that was not fun. I mean, the problem with some of these things is they're so close to the processor that it's like, could it be causing a problem? I mean, yeah, sure, why not? But I'd hope not. So let's just look at everything that's close here. Make sure no pins are touching. Make sure nothing got knocked off of the board. And of course this brown on brown makes it very hard to see. The light brown traces on the dark brown board. Makes it very difficult to see if there are any breaks in these little traces. Now, the only breaks in the traces I really saw are on the top side of the board where the leaking capacitors are. But I did put this through a dishwasher at some point because I thought I knew what I was doing. Spoiler alert, I did not. And I thought that would, clean it up and resolve the problem. Spoiler alert, it did not. So, yeah. It could all just be a rotted via. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I did reflow all the pins on the ATX, power connector, whatever you want to call it. I know it's not ATX, but I did reflow all of these. I did scrape away some parts to do testing, and I'll probably clean up that area next. Yeah, I know. Do not put motherboards in the dishwasher. I was an idiot. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. So, I'm not going to do that again. No, siree. You just... Boo, 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 boo. Hello. Yeah, nothing over there. Let me check over here. I mean, there could just be a power short somewhere. I mean, don't ask me where. But I would guess that's totally possible, of something just shorting out and it'll turn on, but it's like bit and it's not happy. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I have an oscilloscope somewhere. I really don't know if it works though, because it has a big permanent marker that says dead on it, and then lousy solder. And then when I turned it on, it worked. But I don't have the probes for it, so I'd have to get some probes. I guess I could use multimeter probes, maybe. I really don't know where to begin with an oscilloscope. I found a modern one at the e-waste place, and I stupidly forgot it, but it was in the dark, and I was worried about getting other things, so... yeah. Yeah, some of them have ROM slots. I would love to solder one in if I had a spare one just to bypass it. I mean, I don't even know if I would have a ROM that could go in here. I'm gonna take a look at the top. I mean, to me, the CPU gets very warm, uncomfortably warm. That makes me suspect that maybe something going to it is wrong. I don't know. These are guesses. Your guess is as good as mine, folks. Yep. See you later, GT. A small collection of oscilloscopes. My goodness, Justin. So here's the CPU. This big purpley guy. Just looking at everything that goes to it. That's because I got solder on the end of the soldering iron. The scalpel. I've lost words. Just want to see if this little black dot is going to come off or not. Why is he not using that multimeter? I don't know. Don't know. This is such an awkward spot. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, I don't need a fancy one, I guess. I mean, mine's the one I have was from a thrift store, and it has a CRT, so that tells you the age of it. Yeah, let's take this chip off, I guess. I don't know, because there was a cap next to it. Maybe it caused damage. Yeah, that's a sound opportunity. Yeah, take that one off too. Why not? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, so let's just take both these chips off. Because I don't know. I don't know what else to do anymore. Ugh. Yeah. Stop crying. Alright, where is the flux? Here it is. I mean, a bunch of caps do short, but when Bruce tested on his 840AV, it was the same thing. So it's a bit tricky because you think it's not supposed to, but they are supposed to do that. Yeah, mine has a heatsink too, but I obviously removed it. It's upstairs, actually, because I didn't have a need for it right now, especially while testing. Because obviously if it chimed or anything, I'm going to get that heatsink and put it right back on. Oh, where'd my tweezers go? There they are. So let's take this little guy off first. I should have put some of that Kapton tape there. Guess I should have, and I'm going to do that now. Oh, well, thank you very much, Jay. Yes, you can find me on Instagram and Twitters and all that fun stuff. So go to Mac84.net. Let's get some of this tape. You see, I forget I have this, which is dumb, but... Jeez, everything is just dropping today. Yeah, that's not really gonna stay, is it? Well, whatever. I'm gonna do this over here because it's hitting into the rim of the microscope, but it's not helping. Alright, that took way too long. Yes, I will be. I completely forgot to mention that at the top of the frickin' show. Thanks, Adam. I will be at the VCF Vintage Computer Festival Midwest, September 11th and 12th. It's my first time there, and I hope it's going to be a blast. That might be a break. I don't know. Let's take a better look at these things. Let's take this stupid cap off too, while we're at it. I will be there. Fair warning. I look forward to meeting you in person, sir. Let's get all this bad solder over here. I am just going to be visiting. I do not have the wherewithal to bring stuff, and I know one or two people who are going to be tabling there, so if I get really tired and bored, I might just be able to sit with them. But there's going to be a bunch of events and stuff to go to. I think I'd be overwhelmed if I had a table, because it would be like, well, I want to go see the things. I don't want to just stand at my table. Where did the solder go? Where the heck did the solder go? I just had the... Was that the thing that fell earlier? I just didn't notice it. Oh my goodness. This has been a stream, hasn't it? Sit up here for a second. Where'd it go? Oh. Yes, Ken will be there. LGR will be there. 8-Bit Guy will be there. A bunch of famous people will be there, including me, who's not famous, but one day, one day. All right, where did this 1 pound roll of solder go? It couldn't have gone far. It probably just like fell, and it's probably like right under my chair, but I can't see it. I do not need to rent a U-Haul. I do not have that much space to bring back stuff. And my wife will murder me. With good cause, too. Poo. Where did that darn solder go? Oh, it's right here. Why did you put it up there, Steven, you idiot? Put it all the way away from where you usually look at the darn thing. Alright, let's try this again. No, there's... that has been attempted. Yeah, I expected to find like maybe broken traces or something under here, but everything looks normal so far. I mean, I'll take a closer look in a second. And there's a lot of gunk here. That might... I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, I know there's an auction. I am... Oh, gosh. It's going to be dangerous. Of course, there's going to be other collectors there, too, so I don't think I can outbid anybody. But I might be crazy enough to bid on something broken that nobody else wants. Yeah. And then I have to think, how am I going to get this on the plane? And the hotel is booked, absolutely booked. So I'm staying at a different hotel. Thankfully, there's like a bunch of hotels that are like a mile. Oh, look, a broken trace that are like a mile away. So it's not bad, not bad at all. I think we found a broken trace. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, that's fine. Darn it, got my hopes up. With every trace that looks suspect, I'm like, oh, could this be it? I'm not seeing anything suspect. Oh, thank you very much, William. Greatly appreciate it. The trace to the left of it, down a bit, has some dark spots too. Thank you very much, William. Yep, for my first bid. Oh boy. All right, down to the left of it. So I was on here. So down and to the left. Or was I over here? Right, let's take a quick glance around to see what Jay was talking about. Hey, Mr. Macintosh, how's it going? I think I owe you a message or an email. I think we started to chat, and I apologize. Things have been absolutely crazy. Or I think maybe we were just talking about VCF. I forget. I forget. There's one trace over. Okay, so here. So to the left here? Here, Jay? Is this? Let me adjust this so it's not as blurry. Hold on one second. I don't know why sometimes this does this. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm very excited. Hopefully that helps. Maybe, let's see. It's hard to get it to see exactly what I'm seeing. I believe Adam is going to, yes. Is it still there, Jay? Or... That'd be funny if I booted it up without the traces and it worked without the whatever and it worked fine. That'd be funny. Funny. Okay, thank you, Jay. I would appreciate that. I mean, those are all connected. They look like garbage, but they're all connected. Can talk you into it. Oh, my back. Oh, my neck. Oy. Oh. Crackety crack. Crackety crack crack noises. Yeah, I mean these caps work, but probably would just replace it with the smaller ones. Make my life easier. Then I guess it's a I want to go see Ron too. Oh boy. How do I keep misplacing things that were just on my desk like a number of minutes ago? This is madness. Madness. It would be helpful if I checked my phone, huh? Just give me a sec, guys. Ugh, boy. Okay, thank you, Jay. So Jay says, let me try and find this exact spot. Oh, good eyes, sir. I mean, it looks just like just some discoloration, but you never know. Looks fine, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Oops. Oh, VCF East, yes. So VCF East is in October, the 10th or 11th or something like that. Unfortunately, I have a wedding that day. So I'm going to be there like in the morning, and then I got to split. I know. It's like 30 minutes from me, and I would have like stayed there all day. But Mike will be there too. And I'll try and sneak away and be there on Sunday too. For a little bit. But Sean from Action Retro is going to be there. I'm going to be bundling up with him at a booth, which will be cool. I hope to have a project done then to be on display, but we'll see how much progress I make on that. Alright, as soon as I find this little bag of capacitors, we'll slap a cap on there and continue on our merry way. Bring the molar. Oh gosh. See, the thing is, if I was sorry for the crotch shot here, my goodness. If I was gonna be there the entire day, I would totally bring something like that. To have it like set up and stuff. But I'm not. So it's like whatever I bring there, I'm gonna have to make sure that Mike or someone can move or take care of. Whee! Where is that bag of capacitors? Oh gosh, I should probably just quit while I'm ahead because. Oh gosh. Yeah, there it is. The keyboard was on top of it. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely need more of these caps. I can tell you that. I could tell you that. Bloop, bloop. Yeah, those pads aren't happy, but you know what? They're making continuity, so that's okay. Whee! I mean, I know like 90% of the pads on this board that I've touched already are just bleh. There, but it's all happy now, so that's all good. Let's, I guess, look at those chips up close and see if we have to scrub them or anything. Oh yeah, that's a bit of a long trip there, Justin. Bit of a long trip. Let's get rid of some of this crud here. Oh, look at all these happy little solder balls. Yay! Let's get rid of them. Let's get rid of them. Oh, Midwest. Oh, okay. Yeah, honestly, if it wasn't for visiting Ken, I probably wouldn't go to VCF Midwest. Because like I flew out there and I'm like, okay, that's not too. Look, I'm not a fan of flying anyway. Like I'll do it, but I'm not like it's not my preferred way to travel. It's not wrong with it. I just don't really care for it. And so, and I went to visit Ken. That was like these late, like whatever. I'm like, all right, you know what, I could probably do VCF Midwest. It's not too bad. Camel caravan. It gets smelly, but once you get used to the smell, I mean, camels are lovable. Lovable. And if I was driving or whatever, I'd bring like my microscope and my. I saw an exhibit at VCF West where some real cool guy set up a microscope and was recapping Macs like right there, and I thought, oh, that's cool. Like that's neat. Ow. Yeah, good luck convincing Jay to travel. You travel to Jay. That's basically how that works. Don't look too bad underneath. Oh yeah, the VCF swap meet. So, I regret, because I'm an idiot, I regret not even knowing about VCF for the longest time. So I used to go to the Trenton Computer Festival in the early 2000s, and there used to be a thing called March, and it was an acronym for like Mid-Atlantic, whatever the heck. And it was a computer thing, and that disbanded or whatever, and it either got bought out or taken over by VCF. And I kind of didn't pay attention to it for a while, and I didn't realize it was like, you know, a half hour from my place. I'm like, what? Like, how did I not know about this for all these years? All these flea markets I missed out on, all these people I missed out on. I know it's like, I went for the first time last year and had an absolute blast. I went with Mike and Sean, and I met Brian there, and all sorts of cool people were there. And it was just the flea market. It wasn't even the full event, but it was just the flea market. And I think it was their second annual, like, flea market only event. But oh my goodness, I mean, I bought way too much crap. Mike could back me up on that. But I had a blast. That was a lot of fun. Well, the thing is, Justin, if you go to VCF East and there's something there that you can't fit in your bag or whatever, I could always hang on to it for you and, you know, ship it back to you or whatever. That's the good thing about having friends in the area. Alright, let's try and put these chips back on for no other reason than just to do it. That'd be funny if I turn it on and it works without the chips there. Adam. Yeah, Jay, you have to convince Dana to go to the Midwest, because it's like a $50 bus ticket for Dana, and he's like very seriously tempted. I was talking to him yesterday. So if you and Dana go, that'd be cool. You could meet Ken. You could meet all the other people that are going there. Fun times. You could charge me for storage when I can't fit any crap in my luggage. He's going to VCF Midwest. I don't know if he's going to anything else. It's not terribly far away from his location, which I will not disclose. Tweezers. If you go to the VCF Midwest website, which looks like it was made in 1994 intentionally, there's a lot of information about guests and junk on there. You just gotta look around. The 8-Bit guy's gonna be there. A bunch of folks. Well, thank you very much, William. That was a lot of fun. Ken invited me to help him out with that, and that was my first time playing with a Next Cube, or Next computer. I've seen them in the museums. I don't think I've ever held one before, or anything like that. But that was my first experience with one, and they're fun. Gosh, if they weren't so unobtainium, I'd love to get one, just to play around with it. Just to mess around with it, see what I can do, see what I can't do. That'd be fun. What time is it? My goodness, it's 11:30. I'm gonna have to wrap this up soon because I see no end in sight, unfortunately. It's David bringing his drum. uh, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind a mono slab or anything next related, really. I mean, every time I try and get one, either the price goes stupid high where I'm like, no, or the person just never responds to me. There was a guy who like worked in e-waste or whatever, and he like had that and a bunch of Apple stuff I was interested in, and I contacted him. And I said, hey, you're not too far away. Let me know when you figure out pricing. Yeah, sure, totally, we'll do it. Message him a week later. No, yeah, I just haven't gotten around to it. And then I get a message that it had sold, and I'm like, really? Like, look, you could sell to whoever you want. I don't care. It's just annoying, like, when you say, oh, yeah, I'll totally let you know either way. It's just, like, ghost me. Same thing with the printer. A guy had a Macintosh Plus. He had a Macintosh, a laser writer, like the original one. And then he had a image writer with the sheet feeder and all this stuff. And this was just recently, and I messaged him, and he responded. He's like, yeah, I'll let you know. So I messaged him again. I'm like, hey, let me know. And, yep, nothing. It's like, okay, I don't know if I'm being annoying. Like, I really was trying not to, but I don't know. Oh, boy. Using lots of flux. Eep. Yes, exactly. Oh, my goodness. I am sleepy. No, I have the image writer, the laser writer 2 I have. It just kind of beeps and it doesn't really do anything. I'll get around to fixing it one day, but alright, so that's all put back, maybe. $6,000, my goodness. No thank you. Can't afford that. Alright, I'm gonna clean up this. I'm gonna clean up this mess here. I think I'm gonna clean up this mess, and then we'll maybe call it. I don't know. This is an absolute travesty, and it just makes me sad looking at it. Clippers. I need like a bucket next to my desk where I just keep all the tools that I just keep misplacing. So then I'd be like, oh, they're in the bucket. Oh, jeez. Soldering iron just like flew at me. That would have been great to like have stabbed at my thigh. I think that's a sign that I should wrap this up soon. Yeah, I've used one of those floppy cleaners before. I think they work well. Ew, palmetto bug. Ugh. No, thank you. Where the darn heck did I put those darn heckin' tweezer guys? Not tweezers, the cutters. The thing that goes snippity snip snip. Oh boy. Well, I didn't really do anything to signify testing it. I was gonna try and do a few more things before I did that. I don't know where the heck I put my clippers. There they are. They fell. Yeah, this looks horrible. I know. I know. Let's try and make this prettier. So the first thing I'm going to do is just take up all the old crud that's here. So these were little wires I was running so I could, take the caps on and off relatively quickly to test things, but not really useful, I guess. So I think what I wanted to do was test the continuity of things without worrying about them being on the board, like in a weird spot. It made sense at the time. Mini spiral disc for check it. No, I don't think so. I don't know what that is, honestly. So, no. That's the end of those silly little things that were just flying around. Now to clean the heck out of this. Joe fell asleep. Joe's back. He's back, folks. He's back. I'll have you know, Joe, that we've accomplished absolutely nothing. I mean, we've taken stuff off the board recently, and I haven't powered it on since then. I took all the caps off of this area, and we're going to put them back on. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. 16 for shipping. And I'll take advantage of all you smart people here. When we power it on, I'll try and test the voltage, see if it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. How about that? Sounds great, Steven. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yep, yeah, that pad is not happy. Just stay there just for a moment, please. Joe's awake, kinda. This big connector in the way is making this fun. Oh, come on. How did you... Stop. Yeah, a lot of these pads are unhappy, but what you gonna do? Yeah, I think that's okay too. That's not touch anything. That's not touch anything. At least nothing it's not supposed to, but ruined. Alright, let's clean this up further. No worries, Brian. Yeah, I'm gonna call it quits soon. Oh, is that... No, that can't be a broken trace. That would make it too simple. We'll check that in a moment. I mean, this is where all the power goes into the board, because this is the equivalent of like the ATX connector for a PC. This is where all the power goes in. There's a fuse guy here. I think I've checked before. Very cool, Adam. Very cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's making a connection there. And we're going to do one of those. Yep. Alright, so let's test this guy out. That goes there. Alright, so what I want to do with the capacitors off, I want to take a look. Whoops. I want to take... Wait, no, wrong way. I want to take a look at the bottom of the board and see if these points are actually going to where I think they are. Just to make sure that there's no vias or something that were broken that we're supposed to be connecting. Because if I don't do that now, I'm not going to be able to do that later when I put the caps on it. So, all right. So here's that point there. Yep. Right below there. So this is the negative rail. So if that's right below there, actually I don't know where that's supposed to connect. Alright, well it's connecting somewhere because alright, well that's good. Next one, this is a positive guy. Yep. And then this, I believe, is a negative. Yep. Okay. And here's the negative guy. Yep. And the positive guy is... Yeah. So that's this guy, which goes there. But shouldn't that also go here? Okay. Okay. So I think all of the pads where the power connector are, at least from what I can see right now, appear to be perfectly fine. I mean, yeah, some of them have fallen off and bleh. But, I mean, they're connecting where they're supposed to. So I'm going to put new caps on there. These are the smaller ones I have. And you go back to recapofmac.com. That is Brankus Creations' awesome website. Just going to confirm where those caps go. And these will probably be the last ones I put on the board. I'll poke around a little bit and then we'll call it a night, because I did not think of unleashing this beast before I came down here to stream today. But stranger things have happened. Alright, so these are all 4716. So, it should be fairly easy to remember. Diode testing. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, I could try. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And already I have the feeling I'm going to have to order more capacitors. These types of streams and stuff is just never-ending barrage of these types of projects, rather. Never-ending barrage of ordering parts. Oh, you're always ordering parts. It's capacitors, it's, flux, it's solder, it's wick, something. What is your point, Stephen? I don't have one. Yeah. I mean, it counts as engagement, I guess, so yay. You guys have to stay on topic of the 840 AV. Nobody would. I mean, I love the machine, don't get me wrong, but the Quadra 800 is just almost just as capable. I mean, yes, there are digital signal processors and junk that are on these machines, but really, how many programs are going to take advantage of that? And would you actually notice a difference? I mean, yeah, maybe, if you're using those programs, but... Yes, I know you said do the sound chip, and that's going to be a whole headache of a board to do. Because I swear that sound chip is on there perfectly, and it's not working, so... I must have broke something, or need to fix something, or that's going to be just as fun as this stream, I would guess. I mean, these small caps are definitely making this job easier, because the larger caps I was using before, it was just a nightmare. Like, I didn't know if it was like on there or not, if it was too close to something, or if it was bridging something. This was one of the first boards I recapped. So I had, not much of an idea of what the heck I was getting myself into. I'm going to see if I could just touch up some of these little things here. If I could even get the microscope and the board in the same spot. Master of scheduling! Joe, could you schedule my life, please? Thank you. Thank you. Steven, why don't you go to all the meetings I scheduled? I don't want to. Man, I kind of don't want as much solder as there is, like right here, but I don't think it's hurting anything really. Neither can I. Neither can I. Damn. Oh, geez, Steve. What is this horrible cap you put over here, too? Time to stand up, says my watch. I will tell you when I'm ready to stand up. That one's stinky. But I do like getting a look under these just to make sure I didn't screw anything up. Because I don't remember the last time I did this. And yeah. Ooh, look. Weird stuff. I'll take a look at that in a second. And I guess that is just a 4716 as well. It is, of course it is. So I will gladly replace that with a tiny capacitor. Make my job easier. Okay, so I'm kind of quiet, folks. I mean, there's only... Geez, there's still 40 of you watching. It's almost midnight here. Just going to take a close look at some of the ROMs and stuff, and then I think we'll test it one last time before we turn it up. Now, I know I did mess around with this leg ages ago, but that doesn't look problematic. Bunch of junk around there. I'll clean that with a brush. See, dust. I'm just looking for like bad traces or weird looking things. Oh boy. This this is the cursed Quadra 840AV. You have the pleasure of seeing it in person. Oh God, what is wrong with me? Why can't I just leave it alone? We're just scrubbing everywhere. Why not? Scrub it up, dub. Yeah, see, the thing I always look for around these areas is like where the capacitor is, and look at that, there's a via right here, and that could have just like, yeah, that's gone. Oh God, that's gone. I don't even know where that would have connected to. Just look at it with my multimeter here. There's absolutely nothing there. And yeah, this would have gone to this on the other side. Yeah, see, there's a point here that goes through the board, and it's just gone. And I don't know what was supposed to be. I mean, it just seems to be 2 points in the middle of nowhere going to nowhere. But for all I know, there's something stupid important there that is just not doing anything. Let me just clean up this area on the bottom while I'm here, and then we'll those bad traces, or is my mind just playing tricks on me? Let's see. Oh my, look at that. Look at that. I'm sure they're actually all fine or something. Let's test it. The thingies. Age. That's what happened. Age. They actually seem okay. Yeah. I mean, despite looking like garbage, they're all okay, which is the misleading thing of this board. Everything looks suspect. And you think, oh, I found a broken trace. And it turns out, nope, that's just the way it is. If I could give this schematic to somebody, just say, make new board, that would be great. That would be great. Yeah, and this guy I did over here a long time ago. This board is just full of bad memories. Oof, look at that. Yeah, because this trace broke off. And it's supposed to connect that to that, and that to that, and that to that. And this, well, let's see if that goes where it's supposed to. Oh, boy. Not what I thought I was going to be doing today. Yep, and it goes right to that AT&T signal processor, but it connects there. So, yeah. Oh, boy. Where'd the tape go? Where'd the tape go, Steven? Just use the other tape because we're lazy. Oh, yeah, I have not had the pleasure of doing that yet, Adam. I'm not looking forward to it. We officially have 3 different colors of tape on the logic board. Hey! How about that? And you know what? We're going to put some over here where these connectors are because I don't want them banging around. And we're going to give it a test in a sec. I have absolutely zero confidence that anything has changed, but you never know. Oh boy, Jay, that sounds like fun. Yeah, I mean, it does make a difference with those applications. Some applications require it, but other than that, I mean, unless you're doing stuff that's intensive and requires that, you probably won't notice a difference. Alright, let's get the little fan on here. Alright. Oh, boy. No, I have to get up to work tomorrow, Jay. Shut up. Stop it. Stop it. Alright, we're going to push the microscope back. So I'm not going to look at it again, because I'm tired of looking at that microscope. Oh, my neck is tired, too. Oh, boy. I'm just looking at this thing and just pondering. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? And while I have you all here, when I powered on, you know, after I powered on and nothing happens, I am open to suggestions of testing the voltage rails and junk like that, because I'm not an expert on that. And while you smart people are here to tell me what to poke with, I will be happy to try. Oh, that's not helping. Just trying to make sure all the alcohol is soaked up from where the power rails are. That would be bad. All right. Oh, if I could do this all day, that would be a thing. I don't know if I'd go crazy or if I'd enjoy it. I mean, yeah, I'd have fun. Let's not be silly. I would love doing stuff like this all day. Just working on like channel crap and having fun, and doing whatever. Where did I put that darn? There it is. Hey, yeah, that would be a blast, but it's not gonna happen anytime soon. Hey, who knows? One day that'd be cool. No stream today. I feel like sleeping all day. That would be amazing. Be my own boss like that. I love your optimism there, Justin. Because I have excuses. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? We have the power LED here. We have our speaker. Oh, where'd the speaker go? And we had, there it is. This is our little Macintosh portable speaker, but speaker nonetheless. Should work fine. If the machine actually wanted to work. Again, I get these little flies or bugs or whatever on this desk. They're probably eating away the wood and I just don't notice because I'm an idiot. Alright, then we want our floppy MU dingamum bopper. Who's it? What's it? Wherever I shoved that. There it is. Hey. Oh, I'm not legally responsible for a lot of things for obvious reasons. Okay. Keyboard, board, keyboard. There it is. Where's my cursor? Are you an accountant or a doctor or something? It is a technical nature. I work for a software company. Thank goodness they don't let me near any of the code, though. That'd be bad. It'd be very bad. Yeah, place your bets, folks. Will this thing work, or is it just going to make me sad? I mean, even if it works, that'll make me sad, because I'll be like, 30 hours wasted. Alright, let's look at the board here, because if anything blows up, I mean, you should be able to see, you should see that. It'd be cool. Well, not cool, but, I mean, yeah. Alright, so there's the LED that might go blinkety blink blink. We have our floppy MU, which will light up. We got our power cable, which was plugged into the solder iron, which I'm going to unplug. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work either. VP of sales. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. More like VP of snooze. Hey! Alright, and how am I going to do this here? Power plug goes in there. Let's turn it on. Fan goes, makes noise. Floppy MU is not doing anything. Processor is getting warm. Speaker did not make any noise. Just like it did before. Yeah, the LED has always been there. That's like the false hope. It's like, oh my gosh, you got an LED! And yeah. Yeah, I mean, this one, there is no reset or interrupt button. Is there? I don't think there is. If I hold down the power button, then it goes off, on, but... So I don't think that's it. And I don't think there's a reset or interrupt button on this model. I mean, yeah, it could be a number of things. But see, the thing is, I have a floppy emulator plugged into here with system disks on it. So theoretically, if I went to boot from the system disk and it's connected to here, it should at least show activity that's trying to boot. So I tried with the battery before. Let me see if I can find it again. And I'll shove it in there. Where is it? Where is it? I don't know where it is. To be honest with you, I have no idea where the battery is. It could be worse. The light could just not come on anymore. Then I'd just throw it in a corner and get even sadder. Here's the battery. Battery's in. This will be the new thumbnail. Oh boy. You try plugging the monitor in just for funsies. Yeah. If replacement logic boards for these were plentiful, there'd be no reason why I'd be spending so much time on this. Absolutely no reason. Let me see something. I wonder if... where's the SCSI cable? I wonder if we just like have... Yeah, I'll plug the RAM in. I'll plug the RAM in. Let's just... hold on. Want to see if we get termination power on the blue SCSI. The little RAM emoticon is so freaking cute. Hey. Alright, we're going to plug in our blue SCSI here. We're going to get some system memory again. Where'd the little thingy with the memory go? There it is. Thank you! Have a good night. Look at the size of these things. Look how big they are. And this is like an 8 meg, and then these are like... Oh, I love the far side. Let's try and put these in. Why not? I mean... Bah. Oop. Bah. Ah. Alright, see if that does anything. Maybe. If something blows up, at least that'd be something different. Well, we have termination power on the Blue SCSI, which is cool. So we have termination power on the Blue SCSI. So memory banks are full. Floppy drive still has no activity. Processor is getting super hot. And nothing else. Nothing else. Oh, Mother Eeper. Yeah, no, I trust me. I've tried this thing with different video memory, different, like when I got that Quadra 800, I swapped out the memory, the video memory, the processor, the power supply, and the board still didn't work. So I tried a different CPU on the board. I know the CPU does work because I tested it on the 800 and it booted fine. So I've individually tested the CPU, the memory, the video memory, and the power supply. So the logic board is where there's a problem. I'm going to try one last thing, and I'm just going to grab a NuBus video card. Just for funsies. Ah. We have two to choose from here. They are both obnoxiously large. Ugh. I mean, I would assume that something is shorting, maybe. That's why the CPU is getting warm, or maybe it's just unhappy. I have no idea. I really don't. I mean, this thing did ship with the heatsink, so for all I know, it's supposed to get that hot. But... Alright, so we have a video card in here now. Let's turn her on. Yep, and I don't believe we're getting any video signal, although I'm going through this scaler, which is convoluted, and then we're plugged into this display, and that's also convoluted. But oh wait, no, this is supposed to go. Oh, well, that would hold on. I think this is in the wrong thing. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that would be the way to go. That'd be the way to go. I have ultrasonically cleaned this board so much that a lot of the markings on the chips have removed themselves. Hey, let's just fill all the NuBus slots with things. I mean, look at this beauty. Look at this beauty of a card. Actually, no, we're not putting that in here. This machine will break anything, I'm sure. So I would love to look at the bottom of this board and see if, like, with a thermal camera, see if anything's getting hot. Oh, by the way, with the processor like removed, the computer does the same exact thing. Alright, the BT chip is getting warm, but not like hot. Video memory modules are cold. Except for the first one. First one's kind of warm. ROMs are cold. CPU's hot. SCSI chip is cold as ice. AT&T chip is getting a little bit hot. Yeah. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Yeah, the BT chip is for video, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little warm, but nothing crazy. And obviously, if that chip was busted, we'd hopefully get video from the new bus card. But yeah, I mean, I am not an expert with the startup process of these machines or anything like that. If I were to guess, it's something related to how the CPU is getting information or power. Yeah, I mean, if it was shorting out, I don't think the machine would be staying on. I think it would be turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off. Is that just my guess? I just removed some memory just for the heck of it. Yeah, probably need a scope. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking it's not a short. And I don't know exactly what stuck in reset means. I'm sorry, I really don't know. I mean, there's so many components on the board, it could be bad, and it could be the smallest thing. Haribo candy. No, it doesn't need video memory because I do have an external video card built in. Even if it didn't have video memory, the machine should chime, I would assume. Just swap around the memory just for funsies. It's funny that this machine only has 4 slots of memory. I mean, yeah, I know that was a lot back then, but... Gummy planks. Yeah, the 4 slots in here are the, well, you can see it. The 4 slots here are for graphics. This is for regular memory. Yeah, I don't know. I simply do not know. Yeah, that processor is getting hot. And if I take that processor out, it does the same exact darn thing. Which leads me to believe there's something somewhere that's doing something wrong. Run for 12 to 16 hours. Boy. Well, I think we're gonna call it at the 5-hour mark. This is the longest stream I've had in a long time. You can still test things even without a scope. Use a multimeter to test address lines. If something is 0 volt, then something is holding things low. Get a logic probe too, maybe. Yeah, I mean, Adrian has like a 90-day schedule of video stuff. I don't think he's... I mean... I like the guy and everything. I'm not saying anything bad about him. I just don't think he would have the wherewithal to assist. And at this point, I've done so much to the board that I know what I've done and nobody else does. So that doesn't probably help. But test things without a scope. Use a multimeter. Yeah, logic low. Yeah, I need to... well, thank you, Joe. Toby, that's a very good point. I have no idea like how to do that stuff, so I need to learn. Excuse me. Maybe Joe and I will have another one of our impromptu soldering sessions together, and I'll just be smashing my head against this board for like 3 hours while Joe like puts together 3 projects that work perfectly. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Adrian's great with PC stuff. He knows a bit about Mac stuff, but I tried to correct him on something because he was getting an error on a Quadra 800 or whatever, because he put a non-math coprocessor CPU in there and it was getting upset. And I'm like, yep, you swap the processor to one that doesn't have an FPU in there, and that machine expects an FPU. It's going to get upset. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yes, and he'll be like, who the hell is Mac84? And why should I care? Let me get back to my caviar. Nah, he seems like an awesome guy. Never had the pleasure of talking to him. But who knows? Maybe one day we'll meet up or something. Something or other. Okay. So, this board, let's look at the front just to admire it and how it doesn't work. And then let's admire the back. And all the tape spots are problems. All the different colored tape spots are problems. But all 34 of you who stuck around to the end, my goodness, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you everybody for the super chats. I mean, this is not going to be the last time we stream this board. I'm sure I'll get excited and try something. And if anybody has a Quadra 840AV board, even if it's broken, I'd love to test some points on it just to make sure I'm not going crazy. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But, my goodness, this is the chunky power supply. We're going to move that over here so I can actually reach the mouse. Well, thank you very much, Dave. It keeps me something. That's right. But, 5 hours ain't bad. Oh, boy. Well, I guess that's about it for now. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. I'm going to go to bed. We didn't win this one, but at least we fixed Mike's LC 575 board, so how about that? Yes, please buy an 840AV to taunt me, Adam. I would appreciate it. And you're welcome, everybody, for the stream. Hopefully it kept you excited. Thanks for subscribing, the likes, sharing my videos, all that fun stuff. And have a good night, guys. Take care. Bye.